no shame, there's no time. Feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind. Pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah, but I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? taking shots at the enemy. I'm gonna make it to the top, leave a legacy. If I got something to say, you better let me speak. Turn it up a new degree, bitch, you ain't seen anything. I pop off with the new rock, electronic, blow the sonic
PC for the last little bit.
Yep. We have a draft now. To add to that point, actually, I want to talk about the one thing that everyone talked about TSpirit at TI was their vision game. Probably the most impeccable vision game we've ever seen. Miposhka, you were praising him as actually the best player in TSpirit at the TI.
Yes, I agree. Like, Collapse, he just... It was this, like... utopia, basically, of like everything came together at the right point. Magnus, who was just way too good, like his Mars, etc., is fantastic as well. But it was Miposhka that won them that TI. He was the more experienced head. He was the one leading them in game. He was the one providing all of that great vision. And again, the spellcasting really set him apart.
And Richie, there's the Winter Wyvern banned by LGD. We're talking about this a lot on the SJ panel. The 3 heroes that deal with the BKBs, the Warlock, Wyvern, Enigma. That trifecta of really strong heroes that started to pop up. Do you feel like the Warlock is an option for TSpirit here?
I do, yeah. I mean, they played it yesterday even. Like I said, in their match versus Deep Boosters, they played it with the safe lane Pudge. I don't know if necessarily that's going to be the combo we're going to end up seeing.
Oh, what a combo, yeah.
Yeah,
heal, hook. Oh, wow.
I mean, come on now. Upheaval level 1 into hook. Don't knock it. Don't knock it and rot. I mean, who knows, right?
I'm a little surprised LGD didn't go ahead and pick up the Warlock, because that's the thing that they've been first picking constantly throughout the DBC. They've picked it like 8 times through their matches that they've played so far. But Razor pretty high up the priority list as well. It might even force TSpirit to go that Warlock themselves, because if they don't, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Warlock on the last pick of the first phase for LGD.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm a bit surprised as well. Maybe they really value the Razor, right? You only get the 4 bans. We got to take away the Tiny, the Puck, the Monkey, the Wyvern, one of these impactful heroes.
Might see a Bane for Spirit. They still need that BKB piercing to save.
Well, there's Clock, and there's, of course, the Viper.
That's the EU special.
This is a 5 Viper as well for TSpirit. They love playing it on Miposhka. Like, that is his one. He just wants to try and bully out this Razor. Again, make sure he's not able to have that great early game, because this isn't, it's not an Arme hero. It's not a nothing to say hero. Well, I say that. He's played it once, the Razor mid, but this is Chalice. They want to enable Chalice as much as possible, and really now with a Warlock, what TSpirit have done is they might not have been able to pick it themselves, but do you want to be a Warlock into a Clockwork? Probably not. Like, Clockwork is just able to absolutely demolish you.
Like you mentioned of Chalice's Razor, because Chalice, the Razor now very associated to Amar, the major win, and Amar being that win condition offlaner that we've gone to, the greedy offlaner, right? Yep. But the original guy was actually Chalice who was doing that play. He was the first offlaner to switch to carry and actually play in that position, and still it shows in his playstyle today.
Oh, love this pairing. Love, it's so strong, man. Like, Razor is one of the heroes that benefits heavily by Marcy. Like, 1 point in rebound and you get 45% movement speed for 5 seconds. Static Link is never going to break in that sort of situation. You can dispose people out of cogs as well, so they don't have that level of lockdown too.
I mean, funny enough, that's literally an entire Razor skill. You know, move speed. I mean, sure, it's permanent, but it's
the best passive in the game.
It's the best passive in the game, yeah.
As I would say.
It's the best passive in the game.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, having that, even just for your lane skirmishes, is going to be quite an incredible and powerful tool. My only issue with this Marcy is that, you know, early on, yes, rebound into just a simple dispose is going to be good enough to basically win you fights, right? But eventually there will come a time where Marcy just, like, explodes. I think, like, OG had, like, 17, 18 deaths on the Marcy in their win, right? Like, this is just a hero that dies a lot. So you'd like to eventually be able to play a little bit with the not the tag team, the
sidekick.
The sidekick, yeah. And I don't know if Razor's the best to utilize
out
of all the heroes. I mean, the bonus damage is great, don't get me wrong, but whenever I think of like the lifesteal heroes, I'm always like, in the bonus damage, I'm like Ursa, I want like a PA. So that's my only downside, is I think this is very strong early, incredibly strong, and playing to that Razor's timing, but I think this Marcy's not going to have a great
I think they just want to crush the lane, basically, for LGD. So I'm wondering, like, what are the heroes that they're going to be able to pick that are going to prevent that from happening? Like, against a Razor Pos 3, the ones that you think of are ones that have that mobility component. You can see that's why they're banning out the Morphling, potentially a Faceless Void, potentially a PA, but the worry is that you're just going to get run over before a PA really hits the timing that you need to be able to fight up into this. And, of course, if you're not going to be picking it early-ish, LGD are just going to go ahead and ban it, because that's the big counter to the Razor, its movement.
Right, okay. Do you still believe in the Viper Pos 5, though? Because usually that's pretty weak, not a mobile hero in the lane. Could just feed to the Marcy Razor.
Yeah, but if you throw it into a Pos 3 roll, Razor, once you got the BKB, you're just going to run it down, and then that's what Viper's weak against, right? Okay. It's just, you have no mobility. You're just going to get run down. So I think it is still just going to try and secure the lane for them, in my opinion.
And I think even if the lane is weak, you still have, like, the Viper Strike, right? You've got, like, a BKB piercing slow, which is always going to be nice first with the Razor. It's percentage-based as well, which means it really hard counters the Marcy rebound move speed through BKB. Clockwork as well can set up some cogs. Like, you do have ways of protecting some of these cores that, you know, Razor gets a link off and the fight's over for these guys, right? You got ways to potentially turn that around with a good hookshot, cogs, Viper Strike. Like, I do like that about
They've got BKB piercing spells.
Exactly.
Which is great. Oh, they do ban the Void. What was the other one I said? PA? Maybe a Ricky? Never know.
This is, well, no, TSpirit's not SEA.
No, absolutely not. Boom plays it. Jackie plays a mean Ricky.
Yeah, well, that's why I said SEA. What do you say? I was prompting you,
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm just struggling to think what else they could do. I mean, maybe they can do like a ranged carry, like a Medusa that you don't really want to be running into either. You know, you just pop the Stone Gaze, even if you've got that BKB running on the Razor, turn to Stone. Enables you to run away with that extra movement speed that you get from using the Medusa ultimate.
But isn't the immobile ranged carries what Razor deals pretty well with?
Yeah, but you just pop ulti and then what can he do? Like, if he static clinks you, he has to, like, run away, basically. You don't want to be food for the rest of the team.
Okay, fair enough. I can see that.
Yeah, I could see that. I could also see that working pretty well for LGD as well. You know, Marcy, if this is going to be like the Aetherlands build on Marcy, you know, you catch him, you get the 15 talent, and you just throw Dusa so far from the fight, and that is what she absolutely hates. I did bring up what Spirit have in Spades, rather, is, you know, the BKB piercing disabled, but they don't have save on this lineup, right? And I think with a Dusa, I think you're best with some save against this kind of like Razor, Marcy, Tiny, that kind of stuff.
Don't hate the TB either, though. Again, an illusion hero that's just, you know, pops meta and then Razor dies, even if he's just trying to run into you and static link.
Damage is just
gets much worse when he picks up the Skadi as well. So it's a good ban. But again, Medusa still is a Skadi builder, is someone that's going to be able to be fine. I understand what you're saying in regards to the save. Maybe, you know, the Clockwork's going to be able to do enough. Mira, very talented player.
Oh, for sure, right? He won a tournament, I believe, back in the day.
I'm not as big a fan of this Quap, though. I mean, maybe they're trying to cover their bases in case this is going to be a last-minute switch of the Razor to being mid lane. I really don't think it would be, because Marcy is, again, in my opinion, such a great pairing together with the Razor. But I think Quap just... It's very one note. I don't like the Quap because you don't really have that insane tower taking. You have to snowball if you're going to have any kind of impact. And it's not like a Lina where you've got sustained damage, for example. And this is something that actually, I think it's Toronto Tokyo, I've had a chance to interview him before, and he said, look, if you compare Quap and Lina, Lina's impact is by far better because you've got the burst, you've got the sustained damage, you've got the tower sieging, you've got the better laning. So the fact that they've gone for it must mean they really believe in it, or they just want something else that's going to be able to go through that Razor BKB once he hits his timing with the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, I reckon it's also for like this early timing. Like, Quap still loves to rotate out of the mid lane super early on, right, quite famously, as does Marcy, so you can kind of counter her movements around the map. And I mean, now it's going to be, you know, Void Spirit's going to be following you around, so that's going to be a bit more difficult, obviously, for the Queen of Pain. But I mean, that's how we saw, I believe it was Liquid really shine and kind of cut a lot of momentum out from TSM last time. They just rotated the Marcy super early. Quap can outfight the Marcy easily, so I do like that about the Quap at least.
Love the Warlock though, and love the Void Spirit. Again, like, Quap is a lane dominator. You want to be landing those Shadow Strikes, you want to be just regenning up so much, you want to be harassing him out, preventing him from farming. You toss out a Shadow Strike, just dissimulate. Doesn't matter. You know, the cooldowns early on sync up reasonably well, and Quaps don't want to fall off, right? So they only want to get about 2 points into the Shadow Strike most of the time, and it's really only once you get 4 points that you win out that cooldown battle and you're actually able to bully him out. But by that point, the laning stage is done.
Right. Now they add CK to the mix, which is going to be their somewhat answer to the Razor. Does carry a stun, so there's a way to break that link by stunning him and hopefully running away before Marcy catches you, with Viper slowing her. You know, it works.
You've also can, you know, if you get linked in the fight, just instantly Phantasm, make sure your illusions can also try and clean them up. Eventually is not the worst strategy.
They might also just be trying to abuse those really early timings as well, right? Level 1, level 3. That's where TeamSpirit are going to be looking to get most active in this lane. Just try and crush the Viper before Static Link really has that high level of effectiveness.
Yeah, and they also now have a stun, which they kind of needed, both supports. Hookshot is something, but the Chaos Bolt gives you some more security. This is not Nigma that we're watching, after all.
True.
Very true. No. Yeah, now I think, we need some good control here. I do like the ban on the Darkseer, quite specific. Thinking some more illusion heroes here, perhaps?
Darkseer would have been solid. Again, like, just more of that AoE control that they're needing. Pairs, like, Clockwork is the best hero to pair together with a Darkseer. So you're either going down that route or some kind of ranged hero that's in this position 3 role for Collapse. Maybe they could go something like... I was about to say Necro, but Necro's not that great against this lineup in particular. Lots of magic damage, no real strength heroes that you're going to be able to take advantage of.
You don't really want to be healing and like healing massively when you fatal bonds with the rest of your team. Yeah, not the best strategy generally. Okay.
They Darkseer and they Timbersaw.
Yeah.
So what does this indicate? Obviously the PL was a good idea. Are they really just thinking a bunch of illusion heroes? There's also the option of Naga. They're all weak against Timbersaw.
That's kind of what I was thinking, right? I always see Darkseer, immediately it's the illusion heroes. Yeah, so both the Naga and the PL taken out. I mean, that is, of course, going to be a weakness of the CK. He does struggle against the illusions, much more of a single target kind of guy. So that is certainly one way you could exacerbate the matchups. Even if Razor is going to not be able to consistently kill him, the illusion hero is just going to run around the fights. You've taken away the two most annoying ones here now in Spirit. So I do think that's a pretty good reaction to the bans of LGD.
So also indicates they are afraid of losing early too hard, as Dana was pointing out, making sure the lanes don't go really badly for them. So
I know I said Army isn't really a Razor player, but like Warlock Razor is such a strong lane, man. Like I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with it if they choose to go down that sort of route and just pick up the tempo even further. But again, Marcy Razor is also really strong.
You wouldn't pick a ban of Timber though if you're really thinking about that.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, Timber again it's all about the mobility, right? Like you can actually look to break the static link just with Timber Chain. So.
Yeah, but you just plasma field in that lane, and then Timber really struggles.
Yeah.
Until level 6, of course, but there's no hero that's level 6. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't know. I'm looking at Spirit's lineup, and they also need team fight.
Whoa.
They are heavily outclassed right now.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, what's Lone Druid?
Oh wow! I hadn't seen him so long. I didn't know this old man was. Wow, Lone Druid, interesting choice.
What do they need? I wouldn't hate an Underlord to come through from Team Spirit. I think you need percentage damage against the bear. You need lockdown for someone that doesn't really love to build the BKB super early on. It's great against even the Razor kind of early-ish. So I wouldn't hate to see it. I mean,
I like the Underlord idea.
Yeah. Underlord feels pretty good here.
You also need an offlaner that generally is going to recover because that lane of Warlock Lone Druid is almost impossible to beat. So he's going to out-CS you.
Bloodseeker.
Ooh.
Yep, no, that's great too.
Yeah,
that's
there it
fantastic.
is. That's some percentage-based damage on the shard that you can utilize. Strong lane setup.
So
Cogs, Battery Assault into the Blood Right.
Rupture against a Razor, devastating. Rupture against a Lone Druid, suddenly your supports are a lot safer. So I'm liking that Bloodseeker last pick. We're assuming, I'm not sure if that's a position 1 or a position 3.
Right, because they play CK3 in EU. That's actually still the region that plays it. So I don't know. What would you guys prefer? We won't find out. So what do you prefer?
We won't know. Yeah, that's true. I'd like the CK offlane.
Okay. Then
I'll go different. I'll say CK pause 1 just for the beans.
Let's go. And then we're going to have to find out with our two casters. And I am so excited to present them. It's Lacoste and Gareth.
Thank you so much. Yeah, here we are. We were just taking a quick look at Lone Druid for LGD. 2 years since they've played it, at least according to Dota Buff. Lacoste.
It's been a while. Looking at these two lineups, I don't know. LGD, they have a lot of like early momentum. I think their lanes are going to be pretty stable with what they got. I see a little bit of a switcheroo coming up from Team Spirit. Yeah, Miposhka will be playing Viper, and Clockwork will be played by Mira. Strong 3 cores. The Queen of Pain also picked by them, not a hero we usually see. I don't think this hero was touched at all. And I don't know, I've not seen it in the DPC from the regions that I've been covering, but definitely want to see what Queen of Pain can do. Like the pushback, it's going to be Queen of Pain against the Void Spirit matchup on the mid lane. With the cooldowns on the abilities, you can dodge every second Shadow Strike pretty much. So we'll see how that one goes.
Yes, you got something at least to mitigate that laning presence from the Queen of Pain. Oh yeah, tons of team fight. Just that big man, the Warlock, able to bring in the Chaotic Offering and the Fatal Bonds. Lots of links there with the Razor as well to deal with this Team Spirit side as we get ourselves into game 1 here in the group stage of the Riyadh Masters. And we can watch that beautiful aerial view and follow LGD as they smoke out of their base, dropping a good look, have fun, and get themselves out across.
It's been a while, Gary. It's been a while. These two teams, this is the first showing of PSG LGD on LAN, on international LAN since TI-10 Grand Finals. And
this is the rematch.
It's the rematch, so pretty hyped about what's going to happen in this one. PSG LGD, always a team that has variety of heroes that they can play. It feels like they're so versatile. It's almost impossible to ban, like, oh, we need to ban out Ame, we need to ban out Jinkyu. It just doesn't happen. It's more about how you're going to counter certain heroes.
Yeah, this lone druid pickup, you know, you obviously think of Admiral Bulldog and, oh, hang on, the Bear's in trouble down bottom. Dearie me, already losing it.
Mira getting 300 gold from this one.
Oh, yeah, well on his way to boots already. Yeah, this is one of those heroes that is very player specific though, isn't it? Right? Admiral Bulldog was always one of the big ones. Matuma Man more recently, one of the star players on that. But I know I think of China. I think of Sylar. This is bringing back memories of Sylar Lone Druid back in the day. Of course, Arme has played this a fair amount as well.
Look what he has in his quick buy. So some extra blades of attack. I see power treads. I don't know if he's going to go for the same thing. Usually it's phase boots on the bear, Mask of Madness into if you feel like you need more damage with the Deso, or if you feel like you need to deal with the illusions, maybe go for the Maelstrom, but probably going to be Deso. And after a short pause, we're going to be good to go.
Yeah, that gives him such a strong timing, you know, similar to the Templar Assassin, right? With that Desolator, able to take buildings, take team fights, maybe force a Roshan early on as well. Lots of options there for you as the Lone Druid. And that bear kill coming off the back of a
Look at their
nice
XP.
lane wall.
That's pretty nuts. They're always halfway to the level 2 on 3 heroes.
Oh wow, yeah.
So that could mean that they can potentially like play aggressive earlier and get another kill because they got that XP from killing the bear.
Yeah, especially on a hero like Clockwork. Get up in the face of your opponents and do all that magic damage. And right now, Lone Druid left alone to his own devices down bottom, waiting for the bear to come off cooldown. 10 more seconds for that. And of course, we will have that Warlock joining him. In the mid lane, nothing to say on that Void Spirit against the Queen of Pain. You were talking about the kind of matchup there with the Dissimilate against Shadow Strike. Is this one of those games then where, oh, Miposhka, the Viper out in no man's land, and first blood spilled by Jinkyu?
Yeah. You want to pair up Razor with something that has a stun, and yeah. Marcy's going to be that hero, also giving him extra move speed so that he can link onto the target much easier.
It gives him a lot of opportunity to play aggressively. But do you think this Queen of Pain versus Void Spirit lane, is it reminiscent of Puck versus Quap with ignore Shadow Strike, or is Toronto Tokyo still going to level up Shadow Strike to like 2 points at least?
2 points, I would say. It's a bit different because you need mana for Dissimilate. Like it's a heavy commitment. It's 100 mana to be able to dodge the Shadow Strike, unlike Puck.
Oh, another dispose. This time Jinkyu using it defensively. Faith Beyond. The poison stacks on him. He's going to fall here. Miposhka just keeps laying it on. And the Razor falls to the Viper, two of the more toxic heroes in that Dota 2 pool. Mira getting in that bottom lane. Already dropping Arme to about half HP.
It wasn't too bad that Miposhka died for the first blood, because he came back into the lane with full HP, full mana. This is what you want to do. Like, I haven't seen too much of a position 5 Viper, other than like when you need to really flex it, and also in South America, where they really love to play it as position 5.
Yeah, Panda, he absolutely loves that Viper. There's a couple of things that have kind of filtered out from South America, right? The Templar Assassin position 1 was South American flavor out of Pakaz, and of course we had Panda on Thunder, bringing out that position 5 Viper. And now we're seeing that spread of knowledge across the world. A nice little entangle there onto Collapse. The Bloodseeker bonded up with his buddy Mira, taking damage from the rest of the creeps in that wave as well, but they will survive. Gonna take a lot of regen to stick in this lane though.
Yeah, also having Fatal Bonds, which means that whoever gets the damage will shut up, but Miposhka in trouble.
Dead again. Yatoro trying to trade back, but Jinkyu has the sidekick, so actually playing aggressively again. Getting some lifesteal going for himself. And Faith Bian going to continue having a good, solid laning stage. Even though his CS doesn't really reflect that, he will keep that pressure up.
A bit low on mana on CK on the top. Viper is going to bring some extra regen to Mango, so they can start playing aggressive, but they also need to pull the lane back. Like this lane, not going too well for CK. He has 7 CS. Viper's really good at trading kills mid lane.
Dissimilate. Oh, he gets the Fairy Fire off instead, holding that mana for a little bit later on. Now Dissimulating. Dodge away from whatever remnant of damage that's coming from the Queen of Pain. So now he's got Tango's stick. He does want to try and refill that bottle at 4 minutes though, and maybe he wants one of his supports to die so they can TP and refill it for him. And there goes Collapse down bottom. Mira had left the lane, went wandering off into the jungle, leaving Collapse alone. Bloodseeker not the conventional offlane hero, not necessarily tanky in his own right. Hang on a second, Miposhka again. They try and turn it onto Faithbian, but Yatoro now dealing with the Razor's inordinate amount of damage that's been stolen out by the Link.
This top lane is a disaster for TSpirit. Faithbian off to a really good start. Usually you don't see this item build. He went for double raid ban, so he's really focusing to win the laning stage. And Xin-Q with the 1-1-1 build, getting a sidekick and also providing a bit more regen and a bit more damage. And now he has a full orb of corrosion, so the chase potential is going to be there.
That's huge. Mira going to trap the bears inside the cogs. Don't think they can finish him off. And with the Fatal Bonds and the Entangling Claws arriving onto Collapse now, TSpirit forced away from that engagement. Yeah, even if the early days kill trades looked okay for TSpirit, you know, losing the Viper a couple of times there and giving this Razor a good head start, and like you said, the focus on the laning stage item build puts a lot of pressure on Yatoro CK now.
They do have like Bloodseeker that can also become a core, but it needs a lot of time. Right now he's in the middle of the pack, but in terms of levels, Ame about to hit level 5, Collapse still level 3.
Yeah, well, what do you think about that? You know, the point I was starting to make, he's not the conventional, you know, Tide Hunter, Magnus, whatever that we see from the offlane. He's not a team fighter. What's this Bloodseeker going to bring you once we get into that mid game? Is it about scaling?
It's going to be about keeping Razor away from your carry, because you're going to be using Rupture, and that means that he will not be able to use the link on your CK, because definitely not going to target Queen of Pain.
And then, of course, yeah, Queen of Pain, Toronto, Tokyo, going to have a lot of work to do to keep that tempo going. Queen of Pain, one of those snowball heroes, once you get some active runes, can absolutely rotate into the side lanes and look for those early kills. Currently, nothing to say. Doing a great job there. Just weathering the storm, but Queen of Pain coming out with like 11 denies, 35 CS is coming out ahead, absolutely. Well, this time around, Miposhka able to zone the Marcy away. Might be able to get involved with his small camp and do a little pull. Something they desperately needed to do, control that lane equilibrium to give CK at least some free farm time.
6-minute rune, let's see who picks it up. Nothing to say, using one Astral Step. Toronto does have... Never mind, Xin-Q picked up Invis.
Yeah, 2 supports, right? LGD bring both supports into mid to guard both of the rune spots. It feels like TSpirit a little bit stuck in their side lanes, but this does allow them to make a move onto Xin-Q. But with a rebound and a jump away, he moves into Toronto Tokyo, disposed back. Yatoro should be able to chase this one down and finish off the Marcy, though. Nothing the Razor can do to save her. They'll try and delay this and drag them across, but Xin-Q will be fodder for the CK War Machine. Collapse now. He's pretty speedy. Low HP heroes across the map. Down goes the Warlock, but hello Void Spirit arriving on the scene and finishing off the Bloodseeker quite nicely.
That's a good rotation. Queen of Pain did not want to commit the Sonic Wave on top just to be able to get the kill, but saving it for something bigger. Did not want to waste it on Marcy, and good rotation from Nothing to Say, just to be able to secure the kill, and also, most importantly, Am is not dying. Like, Am is off to a really good start, has 2 kills already.
Yeah, Hogs pushed them back out of the mid lane. Mira's rotation in, matching that Nothing to Say. Moves back towards the mid-tier one to defend the tower. But it's also a signal, right? It's a Void Spirit saying, hey, if your Queen of Pain's going to rotate, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm not going to sit here shoving out wave and playing passively. I will absolutely match the aggression of Toronto Tokyo every step of the way. Viper, again, such a sluggish hero. Once you're disposed, if you're out there in the open, you're going to die to the Razor.
Yeah, these position 5 Vipers, they usually, it's like straight up 50-50. Either you look like, wow, we should pick this 5 Viper more often, or it's like, yeah, we should have gone for something else. Like, I don't think there is in between.
You either get first blood and go 3-0,
yes,
or you go
exactly.
0-6. Yeah. I know the exact feeling. Well, Nothing to Say, going to stack his own little small campers again. Look at LGD, bringing numbers to guard these early active runes. It does spawn bottom as a regen there, but Miposhka's Viper, unfortunately, just meets 3 of them in the river.
I'm a little afraid for TSpirit that they're gonna need to be playing 4 versus 5. This Viper is gonna be just a meat. Like he's gonna go in. Yeah, pretty much. You know, you're gonna be using ulti potentially and standing in front of the fight and dying. Rupture on the bear.
Yeah, focusing down the back. Collapse just giving it the whacks, but the entangling claws and the damage from Arme. They're gonna find a Bloodseeker kill before they can even finish off the bear. He's still alive. And up top, Faith Beyond swings back. Both of the side lanes picking up a killing spree. Yatoro dropping, giving the double kill to the Razor.
No, sidekick.
Does he
Can he
need to
deny? Yes,
he does.
he can. Like,
beautifully done.
why was in vicinity? Maybe he could have used the Shadow Ward just to be able to get some HP going. We're talking about the level 2 Shadow Strike. But yeah, I don't know. TSpirit decided to rupture the bear and try to kill him. Ame could have resummoned the bear, got 1 extra. He's going to stand his ground, use the true form.
And now he's invincible. Just 1 entangling claws there, probably he gets it on the creep. Probably could have had the clockwork if he wanted him.
I think what made the difference there for him to get a kill is extra gloves of haste on the bear. Yeah.
That extra attack speed.
Highest amount of net worth. Well, they set him up for success in this bottom lane, pairing it up with Warlock, so any kind of damage that they do was mitigated. And yeah, highest amount of building damage as well. He managed to take down tower by himself.
And anything else, JJ? Has he got any more? No? Highest amount of branches in your inventory at 10 minutes in for a carry?
Oh, you know those branches are gonna stay. I mean, we're talking about bear. Oh, look what his bear is called. It's called Setsu.
Oh!
The old school Chinese player.
That's a good little shout out there. Good throwback. But he will die now. Miposhka will have to trade his life for it. But that is a big kill for TSpirit, putting him on the sidelines for 30 seconds. LGD trying to get something else done. They've already taken top tier 1 tower, so they're able to carve a bit of the map open for themselves in that north area. That's probably where Arme wants to start living, right? He'll come help out, push the mid tier 1, and then sit around that top lane.
Absolutely. Looking at his item progression, we're talking about 12, 13 minutes Mask of Madness phase boots Deso on bear.
It's wild.
So this opens up the Roche for them. This also opens up the towers. And now they're playing with the Siege Creep. Wide does have Chaotic Offering available.
Yeah, they're ready to team fight. Faith Beyond's level 8. He's pretty tanky on this Razor. He's going to sit there in front line. Already forcing out the glyph from TSpirit, who are bringing heroes here to match this move. Toronto Tokyo has just finished off his urn, so he wants to start getting some charges, but the dive in from nothing to say. Focusing Miposhka, the reaction from Mira, but the gold has dropped on 3 of them. Toronto Tokyo has to blink away. Fatal Bonds not really connected to too much there, so Mira and Miposhka probably just going to be the big casualties here. LGD very patient, very deliberate, not diving Mira too far, focusing the objectives.
Yeah, this is what you call objective-based gaming. Nothing to say.
There's no dissimulate.
No dissimulate.
He can't TP out. He's got sidekick. He's got a bit of heal, but he's going to get blasted by the Sonic Wave. Toronto Tokyo dragged back by the Dispose, though. And this Golem, look at him go. Destroys the Queen of Pain in a 2-for-1 trade out there, but TSpirit also lost their tower.
Fate's going to get another one. Ooh, slow. One more hit. Going to do the trick. Fate Beyond on Mega Kill.
This has given a little bit of room to Yatoro to get his farm going, but he's
still not looking good. We are talking about like 14 maybe minute armlet, which is going to be like one of the reasons why Collapse is also trying to go for the scaling build. That there's no shenanigans, no team items. He's going straight Maelstrom into BKB on the Bloodseeker. He understands that he also needs to be able to scale well into the mid game, because right now PSG LGD, they're in the driver's seat.
Do you think that's the correct decision, looking at the draft and thinking, okay, laning stage is not going to go well for us, so we'll focus on mid game instead?
Yeah, I assume so. It's going to be a lot of on Clockwork shoulders to be able to get some stuff going, because you have position 5 Viper, which is, you know, off to a bad start. Can't really do much, can't move, can't gank. CK doesn't want to join the fight, so it needs to be Queen of Pain, and it needs to be Clockwork who kind of lifting them. And if you look at the Toronto Tokyo's build, it's Urn of Shadows. He's trying to build a Spirit Vessel, so it's a little bit more overtime damage. In terms of scaling, like that's not going to be the greatest item build.
Yeah, it's a curious one, that. I'll see what he transitions into. Hook shot. Mira finds the bear. Lone Druid does get off his true form, but there's an awful lot of damage coming in from Yatoro, and
That's
that's
fatal
Toronto
bonds on
Tokyo,
5.
Queen of Pain. That's some big bonds, and in comes nothing to say. The spill damage spreading all across TSpirit. That was not worth it, Lacoste. 3 heroes down, and now the entire map belongs to LGD.
They call them bonds. Fatal bonds. This was 5-man fatal bonds, Gary. I don't know. Like, one thing I like about the Warlock players, especially the experienced ones, is realizing which spells you need to max out. Like, if this was 4 points in Shadow Word, he understands that, like, yeah, you don't need to get that, but fatal bonds, it's beautiful.
And look at the patience from Y. He's just like waiting. Yeah, okay, my Lone Druid's going to die, but I am going to absolutely allow my team to clean up the mess that was left behind.
It's also when you see fatal bonds connecting on like even 3-4 heroes, you're like, if we don't have anything to dispel, that's going to be a huge issue.
Yeah, it's just permanently there. Can't deal with it. Collapse falling yet again. Yeah, all down to that bottom lane fight failing. TSpirit still yet to really connect onto a tier 1 either. There's all these towers that are still available for LGD to come back and defend.
14 minutes, 13 assists, keeping 1 assist per minute. One thing I like about Jin-Q is that like he goes for different item builds, but I think this is the correct way to play Marcy.
Oh yeah.
So you can scale. Like he's getting a BKB, he's getting the phase boots, no ether lens, and he has a sidekick maxed out, so he can actually deal damage in the fights. And if you talk about the mid, late game, after that his item's gonna be a basher. So you're gonna have a scaling position 4 instead of just using 2 abilities on Marcy. Like yeah, I'm dispose and I'm rebound, and also I use my unleash just to be able to dispel things, but I can't deal damage.
That's kind of an interesting point, because we've had a lot of conversations about this Marcy being kind of a better Tiny in the laning stage, the first 10 minutes or so, right? But with the Aetherlens Blink build, you feel like a worse Tiny 20 minutes in compared to a Tiny with Blink.
Yeah, you just don't scale with that item build, and yeah, good item. Sync coming out from PSG LGD, Deso done on Ame, Fate Beyond with the BKB. Inside the Roach they go. Instant smoke, rocket is available. They want to take a fight.
Roshan's not happy. The fire, the flames, disappears in a puff of smoke. There's LGD traversing across into enemy triangle. Yatoro, oh, he feels something. Spidey senses tingling. Leaves the last ancient creep. He's going to go try and farm down bottom. He pops the Phantasm, sees them coming, trying the illusion bait. Which one's real? Oh, they figured it out quite quickly. Entangling claws, and the dispose comes. LGD bring the numbers. 4 heroes strong down there. And they can still connect back into mid. Void Spirit already jumping on the Queen of Pain. Toronto Tokyo losing about half his health in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, this Witchblade, they have a little bit of limited control on side of PSG LGD, so he's going for Aghanim Scepter next. Have extra layer of silence against the Queen of Pain, especially because there is no defensive items. Like, you connect onto the target, and most likely that target is gonna die.
Yeah, it's like you said, right? There's no save, there's no dispels being built yet. It's gonna take a long while for them to all come out. So if you're able to focus down one hero, get the first pick off, you're looking pretty damn good. Nothing to say. Spots collapse. This is my triangle on the Radiant side.
Yes,
He's gonna die though.
Pop it.
Oh goodness, collapse. Getting a lot of HP back from that as well. Jin-Q comes back in though with the Dispose Unleash, and Miposhka, he's got that poison attack stacking up with the Viper Strike
low on
on
mana,
him.
does have 2 mangoes.
They
Even
drop
drops
the
the rock.
on him. They really don't want these TSpirit heroes in their triangle. They
Why?
lose 2
What a
though.
bro. He still dies, but why wanted to save him there?
He tried his hardest. But that kind of trade is pretty good, right, for TSpirit. 2 for 2 on the enemy side of the map.
It definitely is. And it also gives some more farm to Chaos Knight. Yatoro is in the middle of the pack, needs some more items. Like, I don't think he feels comfortable coming into the fight, especially against this super farm there.
So it's going to be Echo Saber, disassemble that into BKB, and then feel a lot more comfortable with his state in the game. And they have caught up a decent amount. They've got those 3 cores in the middle of the Radiant ones. Now, Lone Druid is by far out in front. But Void Spirit, I don't want to say he's struggling, but he's definitely being more sacrificial in terms of giving farm priority over to the Razor and the Lone Druid.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I mean, he definitely didn't want to die, lower his net worth there, you know, not getting anything while he's dead. But yeah, Razor is going to be the carry on top of Lone Druid. So you have two really good cores that can match up whatever TSpirit has in the late game. They would definitely want to have BKBs before the next fight. Collapse just a recipe away from it. And CK, if he disassembles, he still needs like another 3-4 minutes of free farm to be able to get it.
Oh, there's bonus damage from Sidekick on the bear. He's just a bulldozer. Goes to a tower, it disappears in a matter of seconds. And you have Mira there, all leashed up by the Razor, and a free outpost for them as well. Well, this seems like a very straightforward, systematic situation for LGD. Just go from tower to tower, topple them over like dominoes, and it's down to TSpirit to find those gaps in the map to get the space for Yatoro in particular.
They also want to use this Aegis to just get another tower. Bottom tier 2 tower, they're going to be collapsing onto it. I don't think TSpirit will take this fight. They just need to let it go.
Yeah, they absolutely should. Just give that away. And look at that bear. 93 plus 145. Well, yeah, he's closing in on 6,000 building damage. Gone over it now with that tier 2, and it's 19 minutes in.
Next item is going to be the Basher, so we'll have another way of controlling people, and it will sync up with also Agnum Scepter on the Void Spirit.
Neposhka. And sees Jinkyu in his spot of the map, and a hook shot just off the mark from Mira. Looked close, there's nothing to say. Jumps straight in, zips onto the Viper. Quick and easy. At what point, as LGD, do you think about high ground? Is it next Roshan? Because Aegis is expiring soon.
They will want to have 2 BKBs. Like, Queen of Pain's still very far away from it, so I expect them to let Aegis expire in 20 seconds, farm up their BKBs on Bloodseeker and CK, and then try to go for a smoke. Because they can't just... They're losing so much with each minute. PSG LGD is controlling most part of the map, and TSpirit is just going to get out-farmed if they don't do anything.
Alright, just step by step. Every 2 or 3 minutes, there's another 1,000 net worth difference between the two squads. And there is that Aegis, reclaimed by the big man. TSpirit setting up near their triangle, maybe expecting LGD to make a move aggressively into them. Nothing to say, and Jinkyu, they're nearby. Ray didn't have that high ground vision. TSpirit gonna start realizing what's coming over the hill is a scary monster. Nothing to say, and Arme's bet straight on to Mira. He spends the hook shot, but he's disposed back into them. So that's another 30 seconds now where it feels like TSpirit just cannot fight. Doing such a great job as LGD, pushing out multiple lanes as well, right? Faith Bian has been spot on with moving top when he needs to, moving or staying in the mid lane when the rest of his team is ganking down bottom.
Yeah, they can't go on Razor. He's a bit too tanky. Also, they need to bring numbers. Like, they need to bring 4 people, heavily commit with their ultis to be able to get a kill. This is the last tier 2 tower. Let's see what response from TSpirit is going to be. There is a BKB on CK. There is BKB on Bloodseeker. I want to see them push out the waves and go for smoke.
Yeah, something has to be done. You've got to make that first step somewhere. You can't just keep letting these tidal waves of aggression wash over you. You're going to get worn out eventually. You still need another, over 1,000 gold for Queen of Pain to finish off her BKB.
Jinkyu almost has the same amount of farm as Queen of Pain. Like, there's 2,000 difference, but getting closer to BKB, and once you have that BKB, you can stand in the middle of a fight. Yes, they do have multiple ways that, multiple abilities that go through magic immunity, but still you're gonna feel relatively safe. Like, you might bait the hookshot, you might bait the rupture, potentially sonic wave, and this is exactly what you want to do. There's a lot of sustain on their side, especially if we talk about the healing. When they kill 1 or 2 heroes, they can easily reset. Vorlog does have a shard, yes. So AoE Shadow Word, and huge. Also Sidekick on top of that.
Yeah, there's so many ways of keeping that ball rolling. Try and extend these team fights with fatal bombs on everyone. That bear is going to do some serious, serious work. Arme under a rocket flare, smokes with the rest of the squad. TSpirit know exactly what's coming. They're trying to retreat back to a better position. But it always feels awkward fighting low ground
it's
to
one of
high
those
ground.
smokes where you feel like you need to do something as you expected, and then we can't really take a fight.
The enemy's already there in your face.
They're there. We can see them with the high ground ward, so need to find a good opening. It's gonna get dewarded.
Straight out of that. And TSpirit, they're picking out that bottom lane because top is moving in towards tier 3, mid is shoved out as well. Once you get to a situation where you have 3 lanes on your doorstep as Spirit, it's lights out. Lone Druid is on your base, taking tier 3s with ease.
PSG LGD, they don't have to rush anything. They can wait for Roshan to respawn, and then, like, you're forcing TSpirit to take a fight. Oh, hook shot connects on the creeps, but it also stuns, so that's a good kill. Whatever they can get. So close to BKB.
A good attempt from Jinkyu, right? He knew exactly what he was doing, rebounding, disposing, staying in the creep wave to try and stop any kind of jump from coming, but very well done by Mira, obviously, knowing the limits of his hero. And Roshan spawn just over a minute away.
I don't think I've seen Void Spirits not having a single last hit on a hero. He has 0, 2, and 10 score.
No kills. Yeah, that's a bit bizarre, isn't it? He's not been playing poorly. He's been jumping when he needs to, but I mean, 10 assists. Not too shabby. Involved in half of the kills LGD have got. Oh, Collapse. Just wandering back through his own jungle. Still has that full 9-second duration BKB ready. So he's not going to worry too much about this Void Spirit Aghanims in the meantime. And Queen of Pain, the most important one right now. Just a couple hundred away. 300 gold. So another wave bottom, maybe the large camp. We'll see if Yatoro gives us some of the triangle to farm as well, but that's got to be a key moment.
Even with the BKBs online for Spirit, you're still playing into Rock, you're playing into Static Link and Basher from the Bear. Like, there's overwhelming amount of physical damage coming out from him. Roshan gonna respawn in 5 seconds. Let's see if they have a smoke. They need to respond to this.
Yeah, they're all grouping up. This is absolutely an indication LGD want to go and make their mark on the map. 2 BKBs purchased at the same time, Marcy and Queen of Pain on opposing sides. They smoke, and Roshan's just respawned. They don't poke their heads in the pit just yet. And they're playing into a dark area of the map, no vision, so it's just going to be that first point of contact. They spot, they see, they move in with Faith Beyond, and nothing to say, but the BKB's around from Collapse in Toronto, Tokyo. They cancel a TP, though. A Golem dropped in on the Bloodseeker's head, and Yatoro, always being drifted around. The full staff push gets him away from danger.
They try to be sneaky, hide inside those trees, but the smoke broke, and instantly Fade Beyond uses Plasma Field, scouts them out, Rock also committed, and they got a kill. One of the reasons why like Razor's gonna be able to move in the fights is he does have a Lincoln Sphere. So gonna cancel that Rupture and also going for Refresher. So you will have double BKB, double Lincolns, and you're gonna be extremely hard to deal with.
Yeah, Razor one of those few heroes that doesn't really need any damage items, any real key core items outside of defensive ones. BKB, Refresher, BKB, Lincoln's Refresher, all perfect for him. And Roshan with Aghanim Shard. Who do you reckon we give it to? Because Warlock and Lone Druid have theirs already.
I think Razor's gonna pick it up, or he can give it to Void Spirit. I think that's better, because
the dissimilate.
He's in the middle of the pack. Well, not anymore. He's all 3 cores of PSG LGD, top net worth.
I guess that's what happens when you take down all the towers for like 15 minutes in, right? You got all that tier 1, tier 2 money. Miposhka picked off by the Marcy. Jinkyu just getting a solo kill on the opponent. Position 5. Mira gonna force staff away, and some good cogs placements there, gonna keep him safe. Toronto Tokyo does take down, nothing to say though. As Faith Beyond keeps going. Kills off the Clockwork up north.
They got a big kill. They did kill Void Spirit, but at what cost? They lost, again, 2 supports, and also Lone Druid is ready to go for the high ground. They just need wave to connect. We're talking about Lone Druid that almost has a full AC. He actually has enough money, just needs to buy it. This tower is gone. Lincoln Sphere on the Bear and Sidekick, plus Mask of Madness and the heal. Let's just make this another hero.
Good luck dealing with him. Savage Roar to make them a bit speedier. But that is tier 3 down. Racks are wide open now. Still 5 seconds for the Void Spirit to respawn, and it looks like LGD Just going to chill out for a second as they know TSpirit are 5 alive with that defender's advantage in their base with potential buybacks. As we know, Queen of Pain and Clockwork, the only two currently with it. Toronto Tokyo doing a decent job just shoving out that bottom lane, trying to force a reaction from LGD. I just don't see them really caring about Tier 2. They're going to go into this top spot, take down the buildings. Bear getting focused down by Poshka and Yatoro.
That from Y.
Well, they've killed off the racks already, disposing the Bear back, rebounding out of there, and the AoE heal from Warlock, keeping them all topped up. And this is now going to be a move, what, into mid lane? Go round 2, do you reckon?
Yeah, most definitely. But the mid is pushed in near tier 1 tower. So they need to push it out, and Razor's going to be doing that. Setsu is the most important. We're talking about Setsu the Bear. Is the most important hero in this game. Like, you see, they force-staff him, they put the sidekick on top of him. AC is done. Has a Mindbreaker as well, so a lot of minus armor. Silence coming out, 1-2 hits and gone.
See ya! Easy pickings on the Viper, and they get the D-Ward as well. That vision, TSpirit really wanted some vision outside their base to start a team fight.
At one point, you will have to take the fight.
You have
to take a fight, lose a fight, and start thinking about the next game, because they just don't have the answers for it.
Oh, Yatoro, he's just got to go in. There is no option. You can't sit and wait. LGD are breaking you apart. Shinkyu ruptured, but like you said, he doesn't care. He's baited that, and he's soaked it for his team, and the golem, in we go. Toronto Tokyo. Oh, they've caught Yatoro as well. Faith Behind is godlike, picking up that kill on a CK. No buyback for him, and Mira in trouble as well. Decent defensive hook shot, but like you said, Lacoste, there are no answers. TSpirit cannot battle this LGD side. It looks like the game might just be over at this point. Mega creeps will start arriving. And really, the cause of TSpirit falling flat on their faces. They've got summons galore as Lone Druid sends his Bear, Warlock with his Golem, charge them forward, and force Collapse to fight to his own death. And
they call it very one-sided game. PSG, LGD outclassed them in game number 1. Like, all the lanes pretty much except the mid lane went in their favor. Mid was pretty even, but yeah, looking at the top lane specifically, Marcy and Razor, they completely dumpstered that lane. And also bottom lane, there was no real aggression because Wise Warlock was always on point. Either heal the Bear, heal Ame. And when they try to go for the Bear that one time, Rupture, he gets a kill, he gets a tower after that, and also not allowing them to heal. Warlock's Fatal Bonds in the laning stage, very obnoxious, especially if you have any kind of damage that you can throw into, and sometimes it does become difficult because we're talking about 2 melee heroes playing into Lone Druid, so you know that Bear's gonna hit you and the hero's gonna hit you as well.
And don't forget how that started as well, right? The Bear got killed at the start of the game. 300 gold, 300 experience towards TSpirit. And we were kind of wondering whether or not they'd have a good laning stage off the back of that. LGD just playing, you know, world-class Dota 2. They are showing they are one of the strongest, still top dogs.
They are. We wanted to see them on LAN for a very long time. First game.
I've been chasing, all here for the taking. Don't wanna test your luck with me. I think I've had enough disease. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who are half-nots. You are not as tough tracks and some music that you never guessed. I don't slack, don't lose, learn your lesson yet. When I get to choose what I do, I'm like a weapon. I'm not sharp as many, but got hard. I'm ready to change scars to envy, to win large and plenty. I like to play fast, never change back. Calling out, I'll pay back, cause I'm great at that. Oh, you cannot save me, cause I don't need saving. It's everything I've been chasing, all here for the taking. Don't wanna test your luck with me. I think I've had enough disease. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who are half-nots. You are not as tough though. Don't wanna test your luck with me. had enough disease. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who are have-nots, who are not as tough as me. Don't wanna test your luck with me. I think I've had enough disease. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who are have-nots, who are not as tough as me. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Won't show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains that last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why they say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. When you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
Something that's still really effective in that mid to late game that gives you options like the Bane, like the Winter Wyvern, and credit to PSG LGD. Last game, Wyvern was their priority. They banned that out in the first phase.
Now Spirit with first pick, I really want to see what they're going to pick up first, because that Razor kind of determined not only the entire draft, but also, as we saw, the pace of the game early on, right? Exactly. Kind of really defined LGD's style. I want to see how Spirit are going to respond. I can't imagine we're going to change too much here in the early, the first phase of bans anyway, right? And so far, pretty identical. But eager to see what Spirit are going to end up first picking.
They've always been a team that with first pick, you can say they excel, right? Because they like to be the threat first in the draft. Like to pick the one strong hero, right, and then you go, now counter me, I dare you, right? And because they like to outplay their opponents, the counters don't seem as strong for Team Spirit. So maybe this is a part where, you know, they are great 8th pickup users. We'll see if this is an improvement.
I like that, because I'm going to draw a chess analogy and be a little bit like Winter, right? Yes. It's like when you play white first, like you can kind of determine the pace of the game. You play the openings, and then eventually when you start going off script, off of like the lines, and you start relying on just your skill and intuition, that's where these Eastern European teams, I like to say, have the edge.
Right. Well, that's what PSG LGD did so well at TI, obviously up until the grand finals, is that they said, hey, we're doing Tiny Lycan with our first phase, deal with it. And it was up to the enemy teams to do it, and the only one that could was Team Spirit. So let's see if they're able to do it this time around.
And a ban on the Marcy, I don't blame it. Yeah, I don't blame it. That Marcy was absolutely out of control. I mean, sure, the lane was awful. Viper did nothing, right? But I mean, I would want to get rid of that just for the mental reset, right? Like just make sure he's not on a comfortable hero. Right? If it works for him, just take it away.
Yeah, I like the fact that they got rid of the Beastmaster as well. Again, it's a hero that gives you options. That's my big thing, right? You're not completely locked down if the enemy goes an Enchantress. You can just go into the Axes. You've got BKB Piercing Stun. You've got Push. You've got a Steroid for your teammates with the Inner Beast Aura. You know,
Vision as well.
Like it's a crazy hero that provides so much. So I love that LGD are banning it out. It's also Collapse's most played hero over the most recent tour.
It's also hard to like completely shut out his game plan, right? Like Beastmaster usually gets his way one way or another in the early, no matter how bad his lane is.
This is incredible. Spirit are still thinking about their first pick, by the way. Maybe they thought they'd get the Beastmaster, but the fact that they did have...
All the papers are flying. Well, what's happening? We don't have a Beastmaster.
I mean, stuff is maybe not going too well. Okay, there it is. It's the Wyvern they're going to go for. It was banned against them last time. I don't mind opening with a 5 like this. Like you said, it's going to be that big team fight impact throughout the rest of the game. One of the very few 5s with a game-changing, a team fight reset, right, built in. And immediately into the Razor again.
First pick, second pick, we'll do the same thing.
Same.
Razor for repositioning.
They got to pick something that's going to go on the backlines right now on TSpirit. I wouldn't hate to see them go Avoid Spirit just to be able to get that gap closing potential. Yeah, if you're really on point with the silence on the Earth Spirit, it makes life a little bit harder, but you've got a way to be able to get away from the Razor already with the Wyvern. You've got a BKB Piercing Disable, you will have Astral Step, you will have Dissimulate, and I think if you leave Warlock in the pool, LGD will pick it against you. 100%. They run this combo, the Razor, the Earth Spirit, and the Warlock consistently in the China DPC, and there's no reason why they wouldn't do it again.
Yeah. I love the Void Spirit as well, because you get the Yags, and then Earth Spirit running into you is kind of he might kill himself by accident, so...
Yeah, but already I'm liking this Wyvern pick much more, right? Laning as a 5, it's going to be not just free food to this Razor +1 lane, right? You have the range, you outrange him, and you're going to be able to move around the map. They're going to open the Bloodseeker.
Don't hate it. Again, you're up against 2 heroes that have a lot of mobility. Good combo as well, like a couple of slows for the laning stage if it is going to be a position 1. But of course, you know, again, it's just countering 2 heroes on LGD's side. But please, Spirit, you got to ban the Warlock. It's still just so good this game. And they've got a lot of damage that's still just going to go through the Cold Embrace as well, so it's not like you can even just say, oh, we'll be able to withstand a lot of it.
Right, and what I like about picking the Bloodseeker here, like 8th pick or 4th pick, whatever you want to call it, is last game when they picked the Bloodseeker, it was a good Bloodseeker game against the enemy 5 heroes,
but they needed
it
a lot of
wasn't good with his team,
Yes.
right? And that was really the big issue. Now they can kind of draft around this in mind, as they will take out that Warlock.
Good. They need to do that, absolutely.
Good adaptation, though. Very quick.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? And this is where you want to be building your draft around if your first pick, like TSpirit, is this game. This Bloodseeker has the potential to win them this game because now they can just set up around it. They can ban out a lot of the other heroes that are going to make life a lot more difficult for him, or that are going to increase the tempo to an extent that you're not able to truly come online. When Bloodseeker comes online, it's like Maelstrom, BKB, Aghanim Shard, if you can get it. Maybe a Basher on top of things, but that is when you're at your peak effectiveness.
Yeah, and LGD, like with these bans in particular, I mean, Tiny, of course, none of these bans are like anything too crazy out of the ordinary, but I'd be eager to see what their next ban is, because it seems like, yeah, they do not want this to be a fast game from Spirit. LGD want to be in control of the tempo of this game for sure with these bans.
How much Zoo do you get rid of? Do you get rid of all of them? Do you get rid of the Visage as well?
I mean, sometimes, you know, you see the Night Stalker picked up to kind of counter the Zoo as well. It seems like that's not going to be their option. They want to continue flexing the Razor, but I don't know if it's so much about... I mean, I guess Zoo naturally brings you the faster push, right? And therefore increases the game. But yeah, maybe they're just not a fan of it. Earth Spirit really struggles against it. Razor struggles against it, so...
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit have the potential to go late game with this one, right? Again, Wyvern, great late game. Bloodseeker, great late game.
Yeah, he scales.
And you've got 2 heroes that... Bloodseeker doesn't really want to be the one dropping the Blood Rights, but you can shove out waves pretty effectively with both of these heroes. Yeah. Wyvern especially. Like, you could play in the trees unless you're really on point. I mean, it's Jinku Earth Spirit. You probably are going to be with your rolls. It's hard to catch, right? So maybe that's the avenue that Spirit want to go down. They love picking the Wyvern alongside the Phoenix. I know it's not something that is going to dive onto the backlines, but you can just set up for so many great eggs with the Winter's Curse into a Supernova and just have that stronger team fight.
And now Richie, they take out the Bane on Spirit, so we're literally getting rid of all the 5s that have the BK Piercing Disable.
Yep.
What is the option? How do you deviate now into your 5s here for...
I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, it's a little bit crazy, to be honest, but against a Bloodseeker, I really wouldn't mind a Shadow Demon at this stage, right?
Honestly, he's very good against Bloodseeker.
Demonic Purge, right? You've got to save potentially. Yes, potentially some setup against the Blood Right, but Demonic Purge completely ruins this hero. It's already kind of a game for Bloodseeker, as I think Sexy Fat always pointed out on our panels. He needs BKB to fight. Like, it's impossible. This hero feels a little bit bad already into Earth Spirit, already into Razor, and now is Zeus. Like, he needs BKB. I don't know. I'm not completely against the Shadow Demon as far as supports go. It's not really hero you see too much because his lane's awful, and he was mostly picked against DPs, but I wouldn't mind it here.
I'm not against it.
Still don't hate the Phoenix, though. They pretty much don't have an egg hitter. Like
What, for
Razor,
LGD? Or for Spirit?
for Spirit.
Okay.
I think it'd be totally fine. You know, you're up against heroes that are going to scale reasonably into the later stages. Again, Zeus wants to be playing on the back lines.
Yep.
It's most likely going to be nothing to say playing this one here, but I don't know. I'm preferring Team Spirit's draft a lot more this game, but they're almost already out of reserve time. They go for the Wisp pick, actually. Okay, so something a little bit different.
Interesting. They're big fans of the Wisp as a 4 with a strong offlaner. Bloodseeker is perfect for that idea, but it also opens up the pool now for Collapse, right? Like even the ideas of Mars and Slardar and all these heroes that are
That's
not
the
very
one
popular.
I'm thinking of. Slardar, to me, I think is the big combo. The Mars was definitely the one.
And the TI combo.
The TI combo, even at Stockholm, we saw that a couple times. Just because the sustain is quite simply ridiculous, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's so hard to really fight into that lane.
Love it. Love this Storm Spirit pick. I mean, you're going up against with an IO rather, so you've got that refilling potential. And like I was saying before, you need a way to be able to dive onto the backlines. Laning stage, you don't have too much threat of dying because you're both going to be very happy in this mid lane. Nothing to say as well as Toronto Tokyo. They're just going to be buying up their stick. They get the bottle. They're going to be farming small camps. Unless there's a rotation coming through from the Earth Spirit, they're both going to get a good amount of farm. So I'm really liking this for Team Spirit. Obviously, it's not meta anymore, but this is like a Toronto Tokyo staple. So I'm loving that they're going for comfort as well.
Yeah, it's a very good pick. Something to as well, like speed up the Storm Spirit's game. He's been significantly nerfed ever since the triple null tally days or quad or quintuple null tallies. You know, however many you wanted to buy, that's not, I think, what we're going to end up seeing here, most likely.
Hopefully.
But yeah, hopefully, because they did change what made that so good on the null talismans.
Yeah, just Witchblade build. That's still very strong.
Witchblade build, right? But he's going to get there even faster. He might even get a second item a bit faster than, say, like a Razor would be comfortable with, right? And I think that's why it's so good with this Wisp. You're just the mana battery. This guy farms with mana.
Could they Grimstroke here on LGD side? I mean, it's pretty decent, you know, up against any kind of IO combination. They don't have too many spells, of course, that are going to be combining together with the Soulbind, but, I mean, they could just go for position 1 that fits that mold pretty well. They go the Nyx instead. Okay, taking some inspiration from the wise man Kaka.
Yeah, and I like that a little bit better. I think the silence against the Storm, like we needed a +1 for this Storm, basically.
Yep.
Maybe you can catch him with the Vendetta super easily, right? You just stand in the creep camp and then with Vendetta and Carapace, and you set up for a super easy kill.
Yep.
Very strong against the Bloodseeker, very strong against the Wyvern as well for the similar reasons. Something to actually play ahead and give vision to Earth Spirit in order to like facilitate some easier rolls. And then all of a sudden, Earth Spirit rolls onto you, Zeus ulti, Nyx Vendetta. Like that's an immense amount of burst damage. And pretty easy to execute on LGD.
It's a lot of unavoidable damage that Team Spirit are doing, right? You drop the Blood Right, you've got the Spirits running, you've got the Static Remnant, you've got a Splinter Blast. It's gonna hit the Nyx Assassin if he's in position A, and I mean, it's Innocence. He'll be in position A.
Yeah, but here with the Nyx 5, though, you are looking into a weaker lane, and usually with a ranged carry. That's why the TA gets banned immediately. What are some options that could be here for LGD to make sure they don't get run over there?
Oh, it's kind of tricky, right? Because with the Wyvern, like normally it'd be like, well, Luna, your gyros, and that's, I mean, not gyro in this meta, but you know, we've seen a couple of Lunas.
Dusa was probably the one, to be honest, right? They didn't have amazing burst, and you're still able to do some damage against the Cold Embrace coming through, so that would have been pretty decent. I don't think it's a Terrorblade game at all. Wyverns love playing against Terrorblade.
Storm as well. One big zip zap and he is dead. That can be particularly tough for him.
You can't play Gyro. Like, it's just, without a Wisp, it's not a hero in my eyes.
Drow against Storm is terrible as well. It's not really a good idea either.
Yeah, because he just zips to the other side of you, and that's particularly tough. Dota with a turn rate, of course.
You have Clinks as one of the last options. That could still...
Ooh, Collapse Mars, all right.
Yeah, we talked about this, right? It opens up because of the IO pick, and now they have an early game strat. But the answer is, against the Mars, Luna becomes a little bit better, right? Popular counter is also the PA. That was a favorite one, but against Bloodseeker, that's impossible.
I mean, the threat of the Wyvern is, you know, outstanding here, of course, but I would still maybe go for the Luna. Like you said, the Glaive's bouncing around. Naturally, Wisp is always going to be near one of these heroes, so you're going to be bouncing on those Glaives, and like you can't underestimate that in fights.
Yeah.
And also bouncing Glaives through the arena walls, like it's so valuable here. I would consider it.
I'm just trying to think if they can't face this void. The lanes are way too bad for it. Do they, again, like what I was saying before, put Ame on the Razor position 1? Razor paired together with a Nyx is pretty good, right? You just put yourself in front of the Razor whenever you're going. He tries to spear you away, just drop Carapace, and then suddenly you're not able to run away quite as easily. So maybe it's a pause 3 that they're waiting for right now on LGD's side.
That'd be pretty cool, actually. I wouldn't mind seeing that. There's a bit of counterplay there with the Nyx Carapace, exactly as you highlighted. Yeah. The thing is, like, a Spirit might still be able to out-execute in that lane, so it's slightly risky, right? Because then your Razor gets a bad start.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
I was a little worried that now that they've got the Wyvern, this is something that you wouldn't be as effective with, of course. Like, Lone Druid's damage is almost entirely physical. You've got the Winter's Curse, of course. Bear's going to hit someone, basically, right? So I was considering it just because it is one of those ranged-ish heroes for the laning stage, but I'm worried for the mid-game. So I'm much more confident in Spirit's draft this game. It's still LGD, though, so I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
Okay, so you're starting with one draft, but with one team as well, right? And then they're on separate sides of the equation.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Richie?
Yeah, I do like this LGD lineup a bit as well. The thing is, they have to get the initiations right. They've got the Zeus advantage naturally. They've got Nyx who can play into that as well. But you are playing against Spirit, right? One of their highlights was always Vision. They don't have the best Vision, granters in this game, but with like a Wisp, a Mars to break smokes, maybe with a couple of good sentries, the Spirit might be able to get the right counter initiations.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to see, as Game 2 is upon us, and upon us are also a great pair of casters. Gareth and Lacoste, take it away.
Well, a looking draft for LGD. Team Spirit, though, coming out with a lot more team fight, a lot more ways to react to what LGD brought in Game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like their draft a little bit more than in Game 1. Still favoring what LGD have, because they have very good vision game. They do have 2 melee supports, which is something that usually we don't see.
Yeah.
But when Nyx is paired up with like Lone Druid, because Lone Druid is a self-sustainable hero, so I don't think you care too much. The lane I'm looking at is the safe lane for Team Spirit, because they did make some changes. This time around, it's going to be Bloodseeker plus Wyvern played in the safe lane. And we were talking about when they already picked it. I feel like they do have enough what it takes to be able to deal with the Razor this time around. It's also Razor plus the Earth Spirit. We don't see too much of the Earth Spirit lately. Sometimes I think the big reason why we don't see this hero so often. Oh, this is cool. This looks beautiful.
I thought they were real. When you've got the golden ticker tape coming out at the end of TI, I thought that was all real, but now it's all in the augmented reality. Beautiful stuff. Yeah,
to go back to Earth Spirit point, everyone gets an early BKB. Like we're talking about 2 cores, maybe even 3 cores. Not as much after the BKB changes, but it's still good. Like if we're talking about this Razor from the off lane, that's going to be a BKB. So he does get shut down like in certain games, but yeah, I want to see what Jin-Q can do. Like Jin-Q on a position 4, his performance on Marcy in the previous game was top tier, and want to see what he can do with the Earth Spirit. Yeah, and I suppose one of the greatest strengths of having, you're talking about these 2 melee support heroes, but they've got the ability to gap close, face tank ganks, move into these dark areas of the map, scout people out, and more importantly, get onto the Io and Wyvern, who are heroes that sit in the backlines very naturally. We'll see what they can get involved with early on. Team Spirit going to come down bottom, try and safeguard one of these bounty runes. Well, up at the top spot, Blood Right's out. And we'll get the bounty rune in there for Y, and Yatoro being body blocked by Faith Piant, but he'll get to tower, no problems. Hiding behind the trees there, but he's a little bit stuck now. How do I get back to lane?
I see. You should.
Got a long walk across.
Arctic Burn and Bloodright will be ready when they come back to the lane. They need to play aggressive in this lane. Also, the way Team Spirit adapted to the draft was they wanted to reset the fight. Like they thought the Razor was big deal, and they wanted to have like multiple ways of resetting. We're talking about the relocate, we're talking about the Vibrant Ulti and Cold Embrace. So there's not that much magical damage other than I mean, there is. Never mind, I just lied. We have Zeus and Earth Spirit, so that's a decent amount for people who are put under the Cold Embrace.
Yeah, try and pump that damage into them. Mirror and collapse down bottom. Oh, nothing to say. Gonna leap forward. Little jump in there towards Toronto, Tokyo. Currently 5-0 for the Storm, though. That's what we expect. Storm to continue free farming here. There's no real kill threat from either side, is there?
No, I don't think anyone's gonna die, but the full wave is approaching Zeus, so nothing to say is gonna get some extra CS. Usually Storm Spirit a counter to Zeus, but we haven't seen Storm Spirit being popular lately. not because of the nerfs that he got in the latest patch. It's more about the null talisman. These are like indirect changes. Before people were getting like 4 or 5 nulls. It was pretty obnoxious to play against the Storm Spirit. I think this hero is like not in a good spot right now. They needed something. Yeah, exactly. They needed someone that can get on top of Zeus, but Zeus does have Heavenly Jump, so it's not that bad for him anymore.
Yeah, he can maybe create that gap between him and the Storm. Toronto Tokyo, though, giving as good as he takes from nothing to say. Trading damage in that mid lane. And up top, Q and Faith Beyond, they're always ready just to get in on top of Miposhka. Similar situation to the Viper, right? If you are out of position ever so slightly, even with a Cold Embrace there, you can have all of your damage drained. And a right clicks from Faith Beyond, they come through thick and fast. Still not going to bring him down, and a turnaround there onto Q will, yet again, just get another trade out.
Good understanding from Miposhka. He needs Cold Embrace level 2 instead of getting the Splinter Blast. It's more about the defense, but they still have a good offense as well. I also want to see like sidelines, because if look at the hero portrait, stop, everyone's sitting at like half HP on side of LGD, so maybe it's time to go for Bloodseeker, especially when they hit level 3, put another point in Thirst. He has Boots of Speed coming to him, so he will be able to outmaneuver this Razor and break the static link potentially, especially if there's no connection from the Earth Spirit, and make a turnaround play.
Yeah, it's a rare attribute, isn't it? Being able to take advantage of that regen trade early on. You know, the majority of the first 4 minutes or so is about tango salves, keeping yourself topped up and in fighting shape. And of course, Bloodseeker, if you're winning those regen trades, he is someone that can absolutely abuse that fact.
You also don't care too much about the physical damage coming up from Razor, because you have 7 armor on Bloodseeker. And Setsu going back to base. Setsu Bear. We're going to talk about Ame, but last game, masterclass performance. This time around, struggling. He's pretty much at the bottom. 6 CS, Collapse Mars, 17, 18 CS, and 7 denies.
What's that down to? Is Collapse playing incredibly well, or is this a matchup problem?
It's Nyx Assassin not providing you much as a position 5, and also having IO, like, does have extra region, so he also decided to go for double Bracer, so you're not gonna feel that harassment coming up from the Spirit Bear.
Yeah, it's not really a kill lane like we've seen from Snap Mars or Mirana Mars, but it's a bully lane, isn't it? They just keep themselves nice and healthy, playing aggressively non-stop. And Mars with his attack animation and base damage, always very good at denying creeps and getting his last hits going.
Mid lane.
Rolling in towards Storm. He's not level 6 yet. He'll try and drag the Earth Spirit back in towards the tower. Toronto Tokyo healed up by IO, but it's not fast enough. Wise looking to line up a stun on the IO now as they do lose their Earth Spirit, but that'll bring the fight to a close. Mira and Miposhka, not anything left in the tank to follow through on Y.
If he connects with the stun, I think he potentially lives there, but that's always the thing with the Earth Spirit. Like, you miss a spell, you're gonna look really bad and put yourself in a bad spot. Like, you just roll underneath the tower, you get pulled, but still, nothing to say. I think he's the one who got the first blood. Yeah, that's very important for Zeus. And also, he's gonna be getting closer to level 6, which means that the side lanes can play a bit more aggressively and potentially get a kill from there.
And the worst part is when you're Earth Spirit, you know it's going to happen as you're casting it, right? You have that animation of when he's rolling in, as he actually does go again into the mid lane, looking for Miposhka. This time, he's not in danger, as he will find a bit of help from Y and nothing to say. Keeps Ame in a tough spot though down bottom. Both supports rotating again, guarding runes, putting pressure on mid, giving Zeus a better time. So a bit more sacrifice this time from the Lone Druid, which we saw from the Void Spirit previously.
Yeah, definitely. And about to hit level 6. Looking at Fates Beyond's build, going for Ring of Health as a first item, just to be able to sustain more in the lane. I think that, because eventually you're going to turn that into Lincoln Sphere, Refresher.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Collapse. 31-13. Tons of denies down in this bottom lane. Lone Druid just sitting by his tower, trying to drag creeps back in towards it for the safer farm.
Collapse Mars, bringing the memories from last TI, was either Mars or Magnus pretty much, and these were 2 most successful heroes. Let's see what he can do in this one.
Yeah, it's a pretty good game for it. Being able to get in on top of Zeus, of Lone Druid, especially pre-BKBs, he's going to be that real main tempo setter. And he's got the IO to teleport him around the map as well, so wherever they want to fight, if there's a Winter's Curse to stop aggression from LGD onto, say, the Storm Spirit or Bloodseeker, they'll have that reaction time to come back in. But this bottom lane, reaction comes from LGD, and nothing to say. Zaps them from the heavens.
This is the type of rotation that they needed. Might not have needed Zeus ulti, but when you're playing mid Zeus, like, you want to get all the last hits. And Fate Beyond feels pretty safe on top. I want to see a rotation when Bloodseeker gets level 6 just to be able to get the kill. Problem is, they don't have stuns. Like, it needs to be Storm Spirit or Collapse, and Collapse is going to go for the bottom. Like, he's not going to TP.
Good silence! Storm's down! He missed the roll, but he made up for it in his other spells. But yeah, that Zeus ulti
1-1-1 build.
Depends who you ask, right? You say it may not have been required, but nothing to say. Absolutely, you'll be like, oh, I needed to do that. Yatoro.
Low on mana. If they decide to go on him with Rupture, he does not have enough to TP. Will have it, but can't use any abilities.
Collapse being eyed up again. This time, Zeus rotating here. Nighttime, he's not aware of what's coming up from the river. I do try and get in on top of the Earth Spirit as well, but Collapse entangled under his own tower, brought down. As Jinkyu does finally fall as they dive the tier 1 mid.
They need to get something done with the Storm Spirit. They do have Storm and Io, so that's going to be a lot of mana regen. Mira already knows going for the Soul Ring to get some extra mana on the Storm Spirit. Good stun again from Y.
On point with that. Mira's going to try and top up
You can't use
Tokyo,
Remnant.
but Mira dying just to this lightning spam. The haste rune.
Jinkyu picks it up.
He gets it under the nose of the Storm Spirit. Toronto Tokyo can pull lightning away from here.
He's going to be fine.
He will be fine. But
Most importantly, he picked it up, so that means Toronto will not have it, and also will not be able to refill the bottle.
I just want to say, though, those 2 kills on Mars feel incredibly important, because we were talking about how he's the real linchpin hero. He's the team fight. He's the go hero. Dying twice like that delays his item timings. And it's also a bit of a morale thing. You know, he's died twice, so maybe he feels like he needs to farm a bit longer, delays his aggression, which gives
he was
LGD
playing
more time.
with Io in the lane, that means a lot of experience was soaked up, because usually you are tethered to a hero, you're not staying away from the XP range.
Oh, yeah.
And 9 minutes in, he's still not level 6 on the off lane, which, I don't know. I also want to see if they decide to make a rotation, try to kill Lone Druid. He does have a true form, so if he gets that, I don't think they're getting killed.
I mean, how far is Collapse? He's closing in on 6, he must be.
Yeah, once he has
that arena, but he's going to die again. Slow him with a Heavenly Jump. They didn't get the claws to entangle him.
Radiant
And
using his
Razor.
scan, they know something's approaching.
Ruptured, burnt by the Wyvern. Earth Spirit rolls in, trying to do a bit of damage back in towards them. But it looks like they're trying to go back in, down a bottom lane. There's no stuns on the Jinkyu. Zeus jumps out. Storm, ball lightning in towards him. The big old ulti from him. And oh, there we go. Collapse. Makes up for everything with a great double kill. Get the Storm out now as Mira still tethered up to him. Keeping those heals going. And tethers back away from the Lone Druid as well. But finally, we see an arena and it works out wonderfully.
Yeah, good one from Collapse. Trapping all 3 heroes, and rotation from Toronto Tokyo paired up with Io, giving him extra mana. I'm still a little afraid for Storm Spirit. We're gonna see that again. Like, Zeus tries to jump out, still playing underneath the vision. There is an observer ward, but he traps all 3 of them. They get the 2 kills. Am is gonna survive. No roots on Storm Spirit.
Yeah, they were getting close to killing off Toronto Tokyo, but didn't have quite enough damage. What's the move now from LGD? Because that's a good momentum swing towards TSpirit. Try and kill the Storm. Another missed roll from Jinkyu. So more breathing room for Spirit here to get their farm on. And we've still not seen what the Storm is buying, right? He's got Treads Null, but oh man, Faith Beyond stealing stacks.
It's a big stack. Offlane and safe lane for PSG LGD this time around, not that good of a start. And they're going to even bring Storm Spirit just to secure the kill.
Make damn sure he's dead. Catapult's there as well, so they could transfer this into a tier 1 push. They're all there already. A little bit worried about that mid lane, though. A more important objective that LGD are eyeing up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Good stun from Y. Carapace.
Get on the IO.
That's going to get beat a kill.
Easy peasy.
Talking about like how these two cores on LGD are not having that good of a time. Razor, his BKB timing gonna be delayed because he decided to go for Ring of Health. Still, they want to defend the tower. Fade Beyond, they need someone with a stun. Jinkyu's gonna TP in.
Look at Y though in behind. Storm Spirit still silent. Magnetizes on him. 300 HP. Is that going to be enough to tank through it? It looks like he should.
Zeus ulti.
You never find with a Zeus on the map.
Now.
And they scout them out. They see Yatoro, low health as well. Bloodright's there. Y, Carapace is going to connect in. The stun to land. No, he doesn't even need it. Just Vendetta thwack into the head of the Bloodseeker. Y getting slowed by the Arctic Burn, but Jinkyu is backing him up. And LGD, they've got the Razor to help out as well. Does Collapse want to spend Arena to try and get a kill? He does. Get rid of the pesky Nyx Assassin. No bonus kills for them though, as Mira being focused by Faith Beyond. The Cold Embrace. It's there to heal him up, and Toronto Tokyo ball lightning into the back. Vortex on the Zeus as well, but the silence from Jinkyu. Storm has to ball away, he's got nothing left in the tank. Physical damage out of Faith Beyond's going to kill off his own teammate at this point. Nothing to say, he'll try his best to do damage in towards him before he falls. But Faith Beyond is ruptured and dead as well.
It was a nice curse coming out from Miposhka to lock them down, and also good save. Still, they managed to get a kill, but also 2 big kills. Actually 3 from TSpirit. Ame trying to find some farm. This time around, a little bit delayed on his timings. Still gonna be a decent, yeah, because he broke some records. Like he broke 2 different records.
Like 5 minutes ahead of both of his first items. I like this Y item build as well. Fluffy
double
hands.
Fluffy hat.
Hell yeah. That'll help him survive against Collapse's Mars. Who he does see. Learn Druid pops the Mom, gets the claws in onto Mars, and Collapse.
You can't use your abilities because it's going to get blocked by Y. Also, he is maxing out the Carapace, which I really like. You're playing 5 Nyx. It's not about you stunning people with the Impale. It's about lowering the cooldown because this ability really scales. Even though Impale did get some loving from the Frog lately, and also has another point in Mana Burn, like just a casual one if you need to burn mana on the Storm Spirit, some extra damage.
I guess even the IO or the Cold Embrace target, Mana Burn can be incredibly useful. Oh, Fairy's Trinket for the Storm Spirit, that's wonderful to see from TSpirit's perspective.
Oh yeah, Fairy's Trinket.
Perfect.
Very good tier 1 item.
Oh, yeah.
So good
very
that in the yesterday's game, Amar was keeping it after 40 minutes on Timber.
Seriously?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's pretty nuts.
That's incredibly percentage-based. Anything is always strong. Yatoro. Another missed roll from
looking for a curse.
Yeah, trying to line it up, but there's just so much focused targeting here from LGD. Everyone in the right place at the right time. And a 4K lead built up by LGD. All their cores up at the top now. Looked a little bit sketchy 10 minutes in with Mars getting up there, Yatoro getting some farms, some good fights from Spirit. But LGD have more than caught up at this point.
Once Mars picks up the Blink Dagger, it's going to be much easier to initiate for them because 2 supports, like they're more counter-reactive. They're not going for the aggressive plays. So they definitely need this Blink Dagger. And then Toronto Tokyo has Arcane Rune in the bottle. So it's go time. Once Collapse finds enough farm for his Blink Dagger, it's time to smoke. Jinkyu looking for some opening.
They've got these double wards in the top jungle, right? So they're trying to play into their own vision. Setting up with... These 2 support heroes are so good at getting in behind enemy lines.
They're completely different than what TSpirit has. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, Carapace on the Spirits. I think that's going to be Mira thinking to himself, I'm never pressing Spirits again. It's just the Carapace opener. As Toronto Tokyo and the Arena from Collapse looking for the Nyx Assassin. It's only 1 hero caught inside, but Jinkyu does get blown up by the ball lightning, and Y's TP cancelled short.
Arcane Rune on Storm Spirit plus a Fairy's Trinket. It's like having 3 Null Talismans, maybe even more.
One of the old ones, yeah. Zeus.
You said Io's not going to use the Spirits anymore. They're called TSpirit, Gary. Of course he's going to use it.
But the Carapace is so good against it.
Probably going to get punished if he keeps using that. Also on the other side we have Spirit Bear. A lot of spirits in Dota.
There are. Spirit Breaker, Vengeful Spirit. Do we have any Spirit Vessel?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder who's... I guess it captures the souls of people, doesn't it, Spirit Vessel? Trap the spirits inside of it. Now I see all the beautiful items they're picking up. Zeus has finished off that Kaya Sanj. So he's going to be able to keep himself out a little bit tankier, withstand some of the onslaught that will come towards him in the team fights. Because so far he has been focused. He has been the real one they've gone for as Team Spirit. Look at that. Yeah, Zeus damage numbers are always insane. Well, this one particularly good from Nothing to Say. Way out in front compared to the rest. Poor little Io.
And it's not
Come
fair.
on!
It's definitely not fair.
Don't single him out like that. It's an Io.
Yeah, but if you check the healing, Zeus has done 0 healing so far.
Oh, he's done a bit. That bottle's giving him a bit. 10.1k from the Bloodseeker out of his passive as well.
It's time to try to go for a fight transition that into Roshan for PSG LGD. They're sitting underneath the ward, so 3 people getting scouted at the moment.
I thought he was going in there, and it looked like Nothing to Say he thought the same. Immediately started backing up.
Toronto still wants to wait for his BKB to come online. Very close to it, 300 gold away.
Oh yeah.
And also, Bloodseeker going for a BKB, he's not gonna have it for the next fight.
But you reckon they'll still go for it around this storm timing? Xinkyu trying to scout, just face tanking whoever's up the high ground. Rolling again, just catching onto the IO, and the Nyx Assassin trying to land the stun after the carapace on the storm. They found him with another roll back in, but the relocate out saves the day.
Even defensive rupture on Xinkyu so that he can't go in and chase people with the rolling boulder.
Collapse got the regen, spears back to the Zeus as well. IO, great tether from Mira, gets him out of danger. Now Y might be the one in a spot of bother. Curse stop around 2 of his cores. Storm zipping in with the Mars Arena. Team Spirit, huge fight for them. They take out the Nyx and the Zeus, and it looks like Faith Beyond going to be in trouble too.
Here comes
Ame. The bear arrives, clears through Yatoro so quickly. Hot knife through butter as he entangles the storm as well. Oh, Ame just comes in and cleaves them in twain. Collapse now. The focus for the bear. And Meposhka hunted by Xinkyu.
Has Mask of Madness as well. Can he get the spear off?
I don't think any of these heroes can escape. LGD are going to clear them all out. Collapse. He's being roared up. Savaged by the bear.
Once Ame showed that fight's pretty much over. But the good curse from Meposhka to be able to set things up for the rest of the team into Bloodright, into 3-man arena. Still only losing Zeus and Earth Spirit, I believe. So they're not... Razor still super tanky with just the BKB, even though his timings were a bit delayed. And the same as game 1, 3 cores on side of LGD on top of net worth.
Yeah, and game 1 you were talking about how Team Spirit were maybe playing, 4v5 because their Viper wasn't doing very well. LGD have been playing 4v5, but it's given the Lone Druid so much time to rack up 11,000 net worth that he just joins the fight and says, "Yeah, what up? I'm the big boy here. I'm going to kill all of you, and I'm going to go into Roshan. I'm going to get Aegis." How can you stop him? He doesn't even need boots on his hero.
Dire scan connected for a second, scouting out Zeus. Nothing to Say, playing extremely greedy on the top lane. I mean, the rest of the team is like 2,000 range away from him. Now a bit closer, but still. I guess they're showing on the bottom, so he doesn't feel comfortable.
Yeah, no, there's no real threats coming his way just yet. But there's no way Team Spirit here are able to contest this. Aegis grabbed, and no recourse for Spirit to really battle back. What's the vision situation like right now for Spirit? Because there's sentries in the air. They clear out the sentry in the mid lane, so now they've got some way to reveal the Nyx Assassin. And they do have that bottom ward spying out into the bottom jungle. And a top one that they've had for quite some time. So they've got areas they can play into, but it doesn't feel like those areas that LGD are necessarily going to be sitting in. They'll send the Razor down bot to clear the wave, but yeah, the other 4 is going to come into top. Look towards tier 2s and outposts at this point. Same story as game 1, right? With this Aegis, clear out tier 2s and control the map.
That's going to be the plan for PSG LGD. Also 2 big items coming up. Basher on a bear, so another way to control Storm Spirit when he comes in. And Fate Beyond getting closer, 1,000 gold away from his Lincoln Sphere. He knows that he's going to be the target with the Rupture, so needs to protect himself. Man, Razor has been like one of the better anti-carries and one of the, if not the best one, and also one of the better carries in the game. It's pretty nuts to think about it.
He's an incredibly potent hero. It's always felt like he's been very versatile in terms of what items you can build. Of course, everyone just gravitates towards BKB Refresher because that's the simpler way to play him. But you're not really locked into a playstyle or a lane or anything like that. Very dynamic hero.
Double blink from Spirit. Oh, he's stuck.
He's rolled all the way in, but
well,
he's
who's stuck now?
Down to the low ground. A great stun for the Knicks as well. Toronto Tokyo relocated back up to top. The mech from Mira trying to top up Miposhka, keep them healed, and they do bring down Jinkyu. Bloodseeker's BKB has just been finished off.
Look at the tower.
But the tower's just being mauled by the bear.
It looked pretty bad when he rolled in. They knew exactly where he was, and then he gets the kick on Mars, so pretty good trade. He also got the Urn of Shadows charge, which he's going to turn into Spirit Vessel. Well, trap the Spirit heroes. Trap Team Spirit inside of it. As you said.
Don't let them escape. Don't release the Spirits. It still feels like Team Spirit, they've got ways to play these team fights, though. You know, the ever-ending threat of the reset tool out of Winter's Curse, the Mars Arena. It's just a fact of getting damage onto the heroes you need to.
They definitely want to take a fight to double damage on Storm Spirit and Witchblade completed.
Time to make a move. So far, we've not seen too much impact out of the Storm on the Bloodseeker, but yeah, you're right.
LGD
this is
having a good read. They know something is up. No one showing on the lanes.
And nobody top taking the safe farm, nobody under their vision. And now they'll see the D wards, so LGD know exactly where Team Spirit are. Whereas Spirit, I don't think they've got a clue. The smoke out of LGD here is going to give them a great opening. Just have to dodge a couple of sentries. Why? Trying to move forward. Yatoro stunned. Doesn't get his BKB off in time. Oh, the Bloodseeker, he's just going to die. Blood right down, but say goodbye. Faith Beyond picking up yet another kill.
A bit premature BKB. He did have Lincolns to protect up against the Rupture. The rest of the team was there. A bit greedy from Yatoro. He was not with the team. The rest of the team sitting on the high ground.
Is it a small camp?
Yeah, it's also a small camp. You've got like 60 gold from it. This also means your Tier 2 tower is gone. Another one.
It's just that algorithmic play from LGD. They know exactly what move comes after the next.
Algorithmic. Gary, I told you, every single time you learn a new word, you gotta report it to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. Team Spirit fighting back. Let's see if they can get something out of this. They do kill the Knicks, but losing the IO doesn't feel particularly good. And LGD still in a good spot across the river in dire territory, ready to take Outpost.
Also, Zeus revealing wards. I don't know. They have still two observer wards. I'd say Team Spirit has done a good job considering that they are playing from behind, also playing against Zeus to be able to sustain some of their vision on the map. 2 Spirit Vessel charges on Jinkyu, which means that healing coming out from Cold Embrace and Io, like even Bloodseeker, if he gets the last hit, is not going to be that good.
Why clearing out that bot wave? And you're just about to reclaim there on our mate. Just when you've got heroes like Nyx and Earth Spirit, they're so good at doing stuff like this, poking their heads into the enemy jungle, trying to spot out where your opponents are standing. Oh, look at that. An E-Blade. So disassembled the Kaya Sanj. Goes into the E-Blade. So is this Sanj just going to stay there? It's not really a halberd game, is it?
I think he might just keep it.
Is Sanj and Yash are going to come out? Let's keep it there for a bit of tankiness.
Usually strength carries like a year ago were getting like casual Sanj, yeah.
Yeah. Lifestealer Sven, stuff like that. And Yule's done on the Nyx as well. Trying to get some high ground vision into the triangle. They saw the Storm and the IO tethering across the river. Jinkyu just keeps on going, rolling forward and finding Mira. Nyx and Razor will arrive as well.
He wants more. 900 mana left on Toronto, Tokyo. Gonna be hard to chase him down. Gonna TP out. Still, they got the kill. Look where Ame is.
Yeah.
He's getting a solo kill on Bloodseeker potentially.
Oh my god! If the rest of them can connect on this, they can do a tremendous amount of work up in these tier 3s. Yatoro is going to have to make a trip back to Fountain. Unfortunate for LGD, they weren't quite speedy enough with their heroes to get there in time. But it's still good pressure in towards TSpirit, and of course, we know that LGD are going to take their time about this. Winter's Curse and the Arena are always going to be a threat when you're pushing high ground. There's no need to rush anything. You're building up your 10k net worth lead now, getting bigger and bigger.
LGD has done a very good job so far keeping people away from Razor and Lone Druid. Like, their positioning was extremely good, so like even though there were a couple of good curses for a setup, we still haven't seen Hero dying immediately because he's sitting next to Razor or Lone Druid Bear.
Poor little courier. Does slip away, nearly died. Yatoro collapse. They are trying to use this tree line to their advantage, but quickly realize that with no tower there, they won't have the rest of the squad to back them up. And again, one of these situations where it's quite apparent TSpirit want to play around an objective or around vision. They need that. They need that visibility. They need to see where these heroes are to get their teamfight ultis latched onto the key targets.
They lost all their vision. They don't see anything right now.
They've got one ward where the Razor is right now, and that's what Collapse is going to use. In with a Storm, Faith Beyond low. They should be able to bring the Razor down, and LGD just hands in the air, back up and evade. Or do they? They're rolling in. They're finding the Bloodseeker. They've got the magic damage to pummel him, even through the cold embrace. And now Jinkyu trying to get in on top of the rest of them. Not quite latching, but at 60.
Oh, he was trying to go for the curse, gets bashed.
Poshka! He tried, but he failed. Falling short of the mark, and TSpirit Yule's stunned and dead.
He tried to go for relocate, but there's too much damage coming out, and now your buildings are exposed. This is full AC plus Deso on a Lone Druid, so if you don't buy back, you're gonna lose this set of barracks plus potentially another one.
This might just be the signal of the end.
What PSG LGD is doing right now, they're forcing the buybacks, going for tier 4s.
You've got to. TSpirit returns to the battlefield, but Mira, he's dying to magnetize, gets in Fountain just in time. TSpirit zips back across Y. Now they found the Mars that was collapsed.
I'm just gonna end the game.
And the throne is falling. There's nothing to stop this man.
Absolutely dominant performance from PSG LGD in this series. 2 times in a row. Ame, last pick Lone Druid, have not played it in 2 years. Probably played it, in a couple of scrims, but yeah, absolutely dominant. Like the way they set up the lanes, the way the supports move, because they had Nyx Assassin and Earth Spirit move to the mid lane, making Toronto Tokyo's life miserable one more time, and also the side lanes. Collapse was off to a really good start. He was on top of CS, like Lone Druid had.
It's like 16 CS, like 5 minutes, and something like that.
Yeah, something like that. And then 2 ganks coming out, plus also Zeus, the extra damage coming up from the mid lane, the global presence. TSpirit, like I didn't see too many aggressive rotations. Something that they, like during TI when they won it, they were always a little bit of a slower team. But with a lineup like this, I think it's a bit too defensive.
Yeah, there was no snappiness, right? There was no direct action from TSpirit, whereas LGD completely free to just be like, okay, we move here.
love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't stare. Just look me up, don't stare. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad. Cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad. I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math. When I hate, I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't stare. Just look me up, don't stare.
A big juicy juicer. Can they take her down? It's a question. Well, they can't, but she's also not going to be able to get her damage off inside the BKB either, which is pretty bad news for the boosters.
And they do just lose the Ogre, as well as the ward gets dewarded. So when the tower falls, there will be no vision.
No, the plan.
Who's the gem? Is it? There's no gem. It was just. Oh,
It's just Cecil. Yeah. Or Lightning Bolt, something like that. Either way, they're coming back in to fight this one though, even without their ward down. They're going to try and take this one as they look towards resolution, but he's got that wall up once again. Medusa doing so much damage to herself. A pretty nice illuminate though with the shackles coming in from Evo to try and lock them down, and it looks like they're going to be able to kill off Chrysalis here. They get themselves a kill. And now, can they look for more? Well, it doesn't look like it. TP's out from the side of Secret. They know the Spider's lost. A tactical retreat from them is going to get them all out to safety, except Rezo, who's still saying to take some deep waves, because that's just the kind of guy he is.
Yeah, why the hell not? I like this Dagon on Malik versus the... I mean, he went for a Dagon in the previous series as well. So he just generally thinks this is a good item on Caudal, which it is. But it's especially good in this game because you can just insta-kill the Medusa illusion from the wall, which is like otherwise a pretty big problem for this Darkseer against Medusa or Luna, any of these heroes. Like, oftentimes it's like the illusion versus the entire enemy team, it feels like. So just getting that out insta-kill is really nice.
Yeah.
And Puppy's gonna die. He's actually not. I think he might be fine.
Dagon comes out. It's a lot of damage. Is it going to be enough though? Resolution comes in with a big vacuum. Doesn't quite catch Evo with it though, so Puppy is still going to go down. But has Evo bitten off more than he can chew? Stunned out in the Nimbus. Can he get away? Trying to juke off to the sidelines here. The Lightning Bolt won't connect, which means Evo does survive. The strike team of the boosters is successful for once.
Yeah, all right. They get a kill on Puppy. They chain stun him. He wasn't able to get his Holy Locket off, I believe. Yeah, I did not get the Holy Locket off. It is just the Chen, but we've talked about it. This hero, it actually does feel very impactful to take him down. Unfortunately, for D-boosters, he does have a pretty low res time, so he will be back alive for fighting this Roche.
No, punch out onto P1. He's down once again.
And so will P1.
Sponge.
P1's got buyback, so And they do not have the outpost. They still have their mid tier 2 to TP2 for deboosters.
Yeah, that tower defense from them doing quite a lot of work in keeping these buildings alive. But Secret also don't want to overcommit on level 3, level 4 Dagon from Malik. It's getting pretty big. It's getting kind of girthy, that Dagon. Be careful.
Yeah, it's a juicy Dagon. It's gonna get a quickening charm as well. Ooh. All right, this is looking good. Get that ethereal blade up next, I would imagine. Maybe do some one-shotting.
Get on the Zeus.
Yeah, sure, maybe. But you know, I feel like you have the cast range from Spear Form anyway. May as well just like all in on one-shotting a guy.
Yeah, I'm down.
You can't eventually get that strength blink though. You strength blink in, Eth Blade, Dagon, just one-shot somebody. Nisha has an Eth Blade.
Oh, okay. Why not? Hero doesn't need escape anymore. No BKB, no problems. Come for the refresher orb next. Like I always feel weird when someone gets a refresher orb and Octarine. For me, it's kind of been, at least in the past, one or the other. But now it does make sense. As much
for
as
Zeus, it's just a problem of like, what other item do you get? You know, that's the only issue with him. Like I've really tried to think about it. Like, you don't want Shivas because you don't want to go in. You don't want Hex because you don't want to go in. Like all the DPS items, like the late game, you know, Assault Cuirasses and Satanics. Like obviously those don't work on Zeus. So if you're trying to theory craft like a Zeus late game inventory, it almost always involves one of the blink items, Octarine Core and Refresher.
Yeah.
Like Dagon maybe, but even Dagon's like a little too close range for how far Zeus wants to stay back.
Yeah. And like something like the Kaira Sanj, it's just like, it's not good enough value for a late game item.
Yeah, you can get Ethereal Blade instead.
Yep.
It means that you, I mean, in a game like this, I think that Ethereal Blade's really good because these supports are not going to kill them, and it's just Medusa, really. And the Medusa's never going to get anything to take off the Ethereal Blade.
Oh, stun does connect onto the Willow. Double 4-star away. Shadow Realm out as well. Can she survive? Run, my queen. Oh, she's not. Goodbye. Sad frog.
He tried to mischief the ult. That wouldn't work, right? No, it wouldn't. Of course it wouldn't.
No way, right?
It's just damage. It's just damage immunity. It would with the Ag Shard though, maybe. And it disjoints projectiles.
Projectile, is it? Yeah.
So I don't think that would work. I think the old mischief would have worked for. I mean, it was like Manta disjointed anything.
Yeah, the old one was like invulnerability for the second of transformation. So yeah, like Manta.
Dude, they're camping Evo's remnant on the bot lane, thinking maybe he'll split push. Nope, he's not going to. He's still top.
All right, well, 35 minutes in, and Secret, you know, it's not the same stomp as game number 1, but it is still a stomp. They've got an 18k gold advantage at the moment, not showing any signs of really hemorrhaging too badly. Every now and again, they bleed a kill, but it's only like puppy, and then they'll just go and get 2 more kills on the back of it later on. It's slow, it's methodical, it's strategic, and this is what we expected, right? If this was a best of 3, they might be playing a bit more aggressively, violently, running around, being lunatics, but in this kind of series, and the kind of team they're against, and the kind of lineup they're against, you know, they know these capers, so Ember is doing some fancy maneuvers here.
Dude, imagine if Crystallis... Imagine if he boundless struck and it bashed.
Yeah.
That'd be insane.
You know, that's something I did once where I was playing Luna, I got the shard and I got a basher and I cancelled the black hole with it.
Oh my god. That is...
That's scuff.
That's scuff.
Oh, great resolution plays in the bottom lane as well. Gonna get the kill onto P1. Pleb probably needs to TP out from this one as well. BKBs are not really meant to be used as TPing devices, but that's the kind of situation they're in.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? That Medusa illusion just more powerful, it feels like. Well, actually, maybe literally more powerful. Let's see, yeah, 120% damage. So it does more damage than the Medusa herself. So quite powerful indeed.
That's an issue. You need to deal with that.
Yeah.
Will the Dagon insta-kill it?
Yeah, the Dagon insta-kills. The problem is there's a normal punch illusion, and the Wall of Replica is only a 45-second cooldown now, too, so... And they're going to have the parallel wall, too, at some point.
Yeah, I love that. Make a box if you've got a refresher. Oh no, Medusa, she summoned herself up again, and she has it on a cliff, but they've got a ton of 4-stars available on the boosters, so that'll be okay. And they actually do take the Aegis away from Crystals in the backline to the magic damage, so it's something, but not much. It was running out anyway.
Dude, Mad Frog, he's kind of dying to illusions. No, he's fine. The Medusa illusion almost crit him. He would have died to that, actually. These Rezo illusions. Jeez, that's a mouthful, because his name's Resolution. Yeah, the resolutions are very powerful. Yeah.
If you want good resolution, then our sponsor is, of course, LG.
That's right, or Asus. If
or
you
Asus.
Want both of them. Great resolution on both. What is resolution playing on? What resolution is resolution playing on is also a question. There's a lot of question marks here.
We don't know the solution.
We don't. That's right.
Smoke up from the boosters. They're looking to play. They want to make some gameplay happen. Let's see. Leading with Pleb. Blink out from resolution though. He is going to be able to avoid them all here. And he knew immediately, like, this was such a good call as well from him, because every single other time you see the Medusa, just drop the wall, drop the punch, like, try and just cook her up. But this time, he's like, yeah, no, this isn't right. They're smoking. I need to get out. And makes the right call. Really good.
Secret doesn't. They don't need to do anything crazy to win this one. So they're not feeling like Rezo needs to run in there and punch somebody or do some cutesy plays. If he's not near his team, like at this point, Secret just fights together and they're gonna win.
A taste of
Stun out. Oh my god. 3 heroes gone in the blink of an eye. What even happened to them? The vacuum, the slam, everything just going perfectly there for Team Secret. That was so quick.
Yeah, that's the Darkseer dream, right next to a high ground too. So even if there's no Earthshaker,
beautiful spray, really encapsulated the moment there.
That is an uncanny spray. How beautiful! Oh my god! They have buybacks. 10 seconds on the subs though.
Yeah. I'll be here. Can we ask Secret to do this a bit slower so that we can... Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. They will be able to take down Evo with the vacuum into the punch. A little damage coming their way. That Medusa illusion just being a pain in the ass. I don't know what you do as Pleb here, because he's just making illusions for resolution to use better.
Yep. And they have the Scotty. They've got the Daedalus. Like all of... I mean, this is just why... Medusa against Darkseer feels so bad. Like every item that she builds is... Oh my god, another illusion spawn. Yeah, every item that she builds is just great to make illusions of course, because she makes her own illusions with the Manta style. Although, I say that, and Pleb queues up the Rapier. So that is one thing that the Darkseer will not be able to replicate. That is raw damage that Pleb will have. Oh my god, the spray is still there. Get that off my screen right now. Thank you.
Talking about it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I like it. Observer likes it too. The boosters hanging around in the trees. They recognize their ability to defend towers is still very good, so they're going to try and do exactly that. This might be the last hurrah from them, though. If they die during this one, then it's going to be a sad old time. P1 going to get the vision down. Give them that tree line advantage. Oh, yeah, we love it.
Damn, are they going to go for something here? Nope. Pleb is just standing in front.
And once again, the normal punch comes out, and now the parallel wall actually going to reveal the heroes in the backlines as well. Oh no, they've been rustled. They need to get themselves out, but they'll lose them. The Dark Wall is straight off the bat. Pleb going to have to turn around, but has no mana left, so needs to be careful about engaging onto this one. Resolution sees the opportunity, jumps in once again, punches him up. The mana is being given back to him by the Coddle, though. So Pleb will be tanky enough to survive through this one for now. Nice little chakra there.
Dire's bottom tower is under.
Yeah, they just can't do anything against Rezo. The parallel wall is a huge problem. BKB does not help you in this case for Pleb because he's still getting an illusion that pierces through spell immunity. And Nisha is killing the supports without even being at the fight. Like, he's just killing them with ult and Nimbuses. Nimbai, rather.
Nimbai, thank you.
Dire's middle tower.
Great pluralization. And dropping them. I mean, it's just so much crap just being constantly thrown at this Medusa. It's so halfway through the game as another wall comes out. There's a cooldown on this thing, seemingly non-existent, as Medusa just taking herself out. And Chrysalis is going to come in to seal the deal. They bring down the Medusa. Snake Queen is dead. Long live the Monkey King as they now move on to the barracks as well. Doesn't seem to be much left in the tank here from the boosters. They've got 80 seconds on that Medusa, and they might be typing those golden G's at any given point now. The secret rack through their base.
Yeah, this, I honestly feel like late game Darkseer doesn't lose to anything.
No, it's a beast.
The 4 walls, like, it's insane.
I mean, he's done a ridiculous amount of work on this hero, though. Like, I don't think I've seen a Darkseer been this impactful in a very long time. As they continue fighting, they continue skirmishing. Still 40 seconds of the Medusa as they kill them outside their base. Now they move on to the tier 4. So they want to take down that Ancient. They want to claim this victory. And their cold dead hands.
Looking a lot more focused than this one, actually. Yeah, like goofing around a lot more in the last one. They're still going. They called GG, but they still want to keep. They look more focused than the boosters.
They really did, yeah, they really did. But then the smiles come out, the game ends, and they'll crack some smiles, some laughs.
There we go. Yeah, now they can smile. But man, they were looking like clinical until the very end. They were taking that one pretty seriously.
They were indeed. They were indeed. Well, Secret, they get the 2-0 against the boosters, securing them another big win here in this group stage and bring them a step closer to getting into those playoffs and maybe even making it through straight to the semi-finals, which would be very nice indeed. Clean, strategic, you know, not really messing around in this game too, as you see, very serious from Secret.
Losing time, I'm fading fast. I just wanna make it last. Try to let go of the past. I close my eyes, embrace the blast. Sleepless nights and headaches stack. Restlessness to hell and back. What's my purpose? What do I grab? A slippery surface, a heart attack. And sometimes you just gotta believe there's something that'll give you relief. There's something that'll have what you need. What you need. We're broken, it's tragic. We're not all elastic, but maybe there's magic. Believe you could have it. And I know of sadness, the anxious and panic, the infinite vastness of all that is blackness. to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. Pieces is a form of art. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, maybe you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed. Think you're something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted. You've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head. I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed. Think you're something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion. Even though I offer all of the solutions, I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed. Think you're something out of my nightmares. See me right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me?
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. You got me like night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. I got something to prove. I gotta take what I hate and finally make a move. I think of you and all the shit you don't do. Well, I'ma make hella sure that I don't become you. I have no regrets, yeah, I'll tie up my chest. I'll never forget what it's like to be in debt. Been stabbed in the back bed, I'll show you what happens. Pass me the mic and I'll show you with action. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never a human being. Cover them with tattoos so you can't see. Knew it from the start, you had problems with me and the things I could be, I just wish I had seen. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. So fight and die for the things you know you'll love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you'll love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small. Way back before we blew it all. Too many many things going on, I can't keep track of them all. From people dropping a bomb to people putting up walls, I feel like life is on hold, perception stuck in a vault. I know that time can heal all, but how much time till we fall? It's awfully chilly outside when there's no shelter to hide. When everything is a lie, you'll find that out in some time. But when the things on your mind are all considered a crime, communication aside, we'll all just fight till we die. Is this an argument or just the start of it? Either way, I don't wanna be a part of it. Can I just get some space? I don't have the heart for this. I can't be picking up the pieces, fixing scars from this. Is this an argument or just the start of it? I wanna drive away so I can be so far from it. I wanna find a place where no one breaks their promises, or maybe drown myself in something that is bottomless. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small, way back before we blew it all. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small, way back before we blew it all. I know that things seem bad, but they could be much worse. There's always someone else who has a greater curse, a greater thirst, a hunger, pain, and mercy. Just find whatever you got and try to be thankful first. I wanna feel again, I need a couple friends. I never really understood just how the story ends, but I can feel it's tense, don't know the consequence. The volatility of life, my only confidence. Is this an argument or just the start of it? Either way, I don't wanna be a part of it. Can I just get some space? I don't have the heart for this. I can't be picking up the pieces, fixing scars from this. Is this an argument or just the start of it? I wanna drive away so I can be so far from it. I wanna find a place where no one breaks their promises, or maybe drown myself in something that is bottomless. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small, way back before we blew it all. Take me back to a place where I felt at home. Take me back to a day when we weren't alone. Take me back to an age when the world felt small, way back before we blew it all. Swear I won't forget this, why do I regret this? In my mind reckless, thoughts are feeling endless. Sitting up I'm breathless, anxiety's infectious. I feel so defenseless, betrayed and embarrassed. I hate being open, I hate being broken. I feel like an ocean filled up with emotion. Anger ain't a potion, rub it on like lotion. I can feel it soaking, reopen, the scars have awoken. I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hold. Cause I can't move on till I let go. I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hold. Cause I can't move on till I let go. I'm just lost to feel. I need time to heal. I can't steer the wheel, cause this drive to kill, and it gives me chills. A nice road it feels. I slip off the peel and crash all the steel. Will I ever heal? I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hold. Cause I can't move on till I let go. I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hold. Cause I can't move on till I let go. I wanna be the best in the game, invest in my name. Check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change. Possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints. Money, clout and fame, mud, disease, a plague. We all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name. All our insecurities are on display. This is war with the enemy, think that it was meant to be. Living in a time where disease is on every screen. I won't let them fester me, I know most are festering. Negativity is a plague for the mentally weak. No mercy, all I got is working. Never stop searching, never quench the thirsty. I'm toxic and psychotic, with this logic you can't stop it. It's been chronic since I was a boy, so neurotic and chaotic. Built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the cast, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grave and put your foot on the gas. No, never stop competing, yeah. I've been doing this, I'm on it. I just wanna be iconic. Sipping on a gin and tonic, got me going off when I'm on this topic, yeah. If I ever play, I want it. You know that I'm always honest. Stay away from those who are toxic. Keep them out your face, no way, you don't want them, yeah. Don't try to drain my energy. The enemy is everything. It's mentally, unhealthily, spreading like a rare disease. But I won't let it get to me. I don't need your therapy. I can leave a legacy of leading by intensity. Come on, we can fight this. Freedom is priceless. Spread just like a virus. Living in a crisis. Do you feel courageous? Do you seek greatness? Trust me, you can take it. Go on and take your aim. Built to last.
be decided on who gets the first pick, and it seems that for game 1, Liquid got first pick, so let's see what they do. Basically what has happened is that teams have banned Timbersaw and Viper against OG and snatched the first pick Razor. What has also happened against Liquid in this tournament is that teams have been respecting the Zai Razor very much and have banned it in the first phase. So is OG, you know, the Razor team that really pushed that hero into the meta, is gonna, you know, accept to be banning their own hero instead of trying to counter it? That's probably the bigger question of the first phase of this draft.
Yeah, and when RNG had that win going up against OG, obviously the series was split 1-1. 5 Amar heroes were banned out, forcing him to go into an Underlord, which honestly, it wasn't a bad Underlord game, but he didn't get that highest priority. And maybe in this series where he's going up against Ana, you want to give Ana the most comfort possible, right? You don't want Amar picking one of these heroes that he... Would you say Amar is one of those heroes that has that X factor, that key difference where he can carry a game for you?
Yeah, definitely, but I think he's able to do that on a lot of heroes. It's just that probably there are heroes that are easier for teams to kind of work against and work around, whereas when he plays these heroes that, if there are heroes that if you don't address them, you just cannot play against them, right? I mean, Timbersaw is one of them. If you have a really bad lane or a really bad draft against Timbersaw, it just feels impossible to play the game, whereas against the Slaughter, it might not be the same, and there you see it. So OG decides to ban the Razor.
They'll probably...
So that's kind of a...
Tiny, right?
This shows a lot of humility. It shows, you know, like no stubbornness. So in that sense, I like it. It also shows that maybe they're not confident yet to counter the Razor, and they're not even sure themselves what they want to do about it. So it's a, you know, but I'm happy that they're switching gears. I think it's nice to kind of, you know, they've lost that game now against the first pick Razor maybe 4 or 5 times in a row. Sometimes you just want to have like a fresher look on the game and just play a different game. Don't have to kind of, you know, kill yourself or overthink on how do I counter this and keep kind of hitting your head against the wall. Just switch it up.
When TSM beat Liquid yesterday, they basically had the same 2 bans, and then they picked up the Tiny if they had the first pick. This time, Liquid's not going to let that happen. They're not as afraid about coming up against a puck because Tiny, of course, has that great burst potential. It really takes away the effectiveness of having the puck. Even in the lane, it's not horrible just because you've got such high base damage to be able to get those trades happening. So I like this, you know, and in the game where TSM had second pick, they just went ahead and banned the Tiny instead, and then it meant that it wasn't anywhere near as effective.
Tiny, very good hero for Liquid. I mean, Mickey is very known, I think, for his Tiny. He's probably one of the best Tiny players right now, and I think Liquid also, they have like good concepts on how to enable and make a Tiny even scarier. I think they were one of the first teams to popularize the Tiny Grimstroke combo, like, or bring it back kind of before the Stockholm Major. They were using it a lot and to great avail. They also have the, I know they're big fans of Coral, for instance, that synergizes really well with Tiny. We've seen it a little bit in this tournament. Refresh his cooldown, add the extra damage that Tiny kind of needs to make sure he can take down any hero. And you know, and there you see the Cuddle. It comes in. It's a really strong combo. This Tiny Cuddle, they kind of run together. Obviously, they have no cooldowns on their spells whatsoever. It's really hard to kind of deal with it because it starts so early in the game, right? This Tiny running around, killing anything and getting his cooldown refreshed. He always has mana. You know, it's non-stop aggression, which fits really well into Liquid's playstyle. Might work also quite well against how OG wants to play. They maybe like a little bit of the slower games and establishing themselves in their economy so that they can hit their timings properly. So I like this opening for Liquid, and at the same time, I think OG came up with a really strong opening against Tiny also. These are 2 heroes that are notoriously good against Tiny.
Yeah. DK Phoenix, not very burstable. Phoenix, Egg.
DK not burstable. You have the attack damage reduction on Breathfire and on his talent, which really hurts Tiny's physical damage. There's also this thing about DK mid versus Tiny, where Tiny likes to rotate a lot, check runes, gank the side lane. You can't really do that against DK. You're just going to lose your tower, and the whole tempo of the game is going to collapse. So very, very smart opener, I would say, against the Tiny.
Yeah, and the thing with Liquid as well, obviously, in the later stages of the draft, they run the risk of being counterpicked because it's OG that has second pick. But Liquid are one of these teams, I think RNG do it as well, where they run the offlane Coddle. It's not necessarily locked into a support as well. So if they're really trying to up the tempo, then they can change things around a little bit. They can play this Coddle that gets that extra item, what you might not be expecting. And, you know, maybe the DK isn't prepared to deal with that level of magic damage super early on.
Very true, very true. It could also be like a Coddle mid. That's also kind of nice. I mean, this Coddle core idea against DK obviously quite good, right? Like one of the few heroes that will really bring so much damage that even DK will care and have to kind of play much more conservative on the map.
Yeah, I know a lot of Tinies, particularly in other regions, like I'll use Eastern Europe for example, they're very scared if they're going to run a mid Tiny of just falling off in their level of effectiveness. Like if you're not completely snowballing, you don't have that easy way to scale. But Mickey, he's not one of these Tinies, if it is going to be a mid Tiny, that goes the first item Blink Dagger. He almost always gets the Echo Saber first because he wants to secure that just constant map presence with the mana regen, be able to farm a little bit more effectively. Then he gets the Blink Dagger, then he gets a Aghanim Scepter as well, just for that increased burst damage that you need to be able to really influence the map and win a lot more of these effective team fights. So to me, this is the Liquid that we're seeing throughout the DPC that we didn't quite see so much on day one of this tournament.
I'm curious about the flexing with the Coddle, though, because you talked about Coddle being core, but usually when Coddle is core, then the Chakra Magic is abused on yourself very often, right? So then do you not lose that effectiveness of the Tiny, if that's the case?
You do. I mean, I think one of these heroes, Coddle Tiny, has to be support, because these two heroes playing core together, probably not the best synergy, as you said. You know, you don't really abuse. If Coddle's support, it's about running around with the Tiny and kind of enabling and accelerating, you know, the pace at which he can bring, speed the tempo up. If it's the other way around, then it's just a Tiny that's going to roam. Obviously, Coddle is such an aggressive hero that pushes in the wave is going to allow his support Tiny to kind of sneak in, get angles on enemy heroes. So very potent combo if there is, one core, one support. Looking at the bans from Team Liquid, though, when you remove the Puck, you remove the Void, it kind of says that it might be a core Coddle, right? Because you would not have to protect as much a Coddle 5. These heroes are not really, core Tiny is actually one of the best counters to Puck in the game, according to mid players. It's a matchup they like a lot. So it really looks like this is going to be either a mid Coddle or a Zai Coddle.
Yeah, and even just the Faceless Void, not just for the Chronosphere, but the time dilation against a mid Coddle is so effective,
It's probably one of the best answers you have available in the game.
You just do nothing, right? You can only right-click, basically, as that Coddle
I appreciate the Bristleback ban, the Ana Bristleback getting banned. I'm not sure it's worth the ban, but I might be proven wrong. I haven't seen Ana Bristle, so I would have been kind of hyped to see that.
This is really cool that you were talking before about the DK and the strength against that Tiny with the damage reduction. It stacks additively. So at level 10 on the DK, you'll have, I believe, 55% damage reduction, and then Bane, just 1 point in Enfeeble, gives you 8 seconds of 45%. That is 100% damage reduction just with these two heroes on OG. So it means that they might be able to slow the game down a little bit, or take a team fight with a much greater advantage until these BKBs start to come out, or let's say Ana picks a Manta hero, maybe you'll be able to avoid a little bit of that.
I mean, honestly, this is like a horrible Tiny core game. It's a really bad Tiny core game, and there's already 2 picks coming. I'll be really, really surprised if Liquid kind of force the Tiny to still be a core. Maybe they're that confident in it, and and then why not? But it's very likely that they're looking at something else. Okay, they do go for the Lycan. Now, this actually might switch things up a little bit. It is a Lycan. I mean, obviously, Lycan, usually you think of Phoenix being a good hero against Lycan, DK being also quite okay against Lycan. But the one thing with Lycan is that, Tiny Lycan was probably the biggest threat at TI10.
Yes.
This Axe being fed, but then this would kind of shove the Tiny to a core again. When you see the Lycan, because then, Tiny is just too strong. And then Enfeeble or DK Breathfire is just not going to be enough. This Tiny on crack with the, Aghanims from Lycan, it's just too much damage. He one-shots, he will even one-shot DK later on in the game, literally from one jump. So it's interesting. I think it's, Liquid, they're kind of playing around with the draft. It must be kind of hard for OG to really understand where this is going. Obviously, the one information that you have and that is secured is this Lycan. Most likely going to be a Zai Lycan.
Yeah. Now they come out with an Oracle as well. Interesting choice. So if you're setting up for the Tiny core, now you have a dispel for all these things that we talked about that deal with the Tiny.
Very interesting. Also, Oracle quite good against the single target. You're playing GK versus Oracle. It's kind of hard because you really need to get on top of the Oracle because the jump on one of his allies is just not going to be effective. If anything, you're going to bait your team into a bad fight because obviously Oracle's going to, ulti and save his ally, and now all of a sudden you're out of position. So. Okay, and we go for the TA. That's quite interesting.
In your opinion, how is the Ana Lycan?
It's actually a hero that he does play. I don't know that it's kind of up and down with him. He has enjoyed it at times, and at times he has also hated it. Last time I heard, he was not a big fan, but this might have changed. So I'm not sure. I would want to say that this is not going to be an Ana Lycan, and most likely a Zai Lycan.
Why do you ask, Dan? Do you see the Lycan carry here?
Oh, no, I was just wondering where they're going to fit it in, just because with the Coddle, the last times that they've been picking the Oracle, it's been when Zai has been playing that position 3 on the Keeper of the Light. So maybe it's going to be a 3 Coddle, 4 Tiny, 5 Oracle, and really that only leaves the safe lane for the Lycan to go to. I wouldn't say he would go mid, considering at the time he might have thought he was up against the DK when they picked it.
The way I look at their lineup right now, Liquid's lineup, it feels like the Tiny has to be core, honestly. I feel like the Oracle, even like the Lycan, think about the Lycan creating a lot of chaos in the fight, obviously forcing enemy heroes to reposition themselves. That's kind of what Lycan does. Then the Tiny is going to get really clean jumps. He's not afraid of anything because he has Oracle, and Oracle needs somebody to kind of frontline for you.
Yep.
It's also going to enable the Coddle, you know, using his spells as he wants, using his items that he's going to buy as he wants to. And if the Coddle's core, now it feels a little bit more weird, I'll be honest. The Tiny Blink is going to come much later. Oracle is not going to really have a core to play with. Are you going to ulti Lycan? Doesn't really happen.
Maybe they're just going to be playing off the back of getting a lot of towers early on, because another hero that they like to run when they run this mid Coddle, this offlane Coddle is a mid Leshrac, which one of the best people to pair together with an Oracle really gives you that ability to just continue running in. You'll have the Edict, you'll have the Lycan for that extra pushing potential, so maybe that's going to accelerate the Tiny's Blink Dagger timing to be able to potentially run through. I mean, it's decent against the TA as well, all that damage over time.
I mean, you need the last hero to really, if it's going to be a core Coddle, you need the last hero to be the hero that both Lycan and Oracle are going to look at and really enable, right? This hero could be Tiny. I think these 3 heroes complement Tiny really well already, and then you can last pick, you know, kind of whatever you want, whatever fits the game. Or it has to come from the last hero. So I think this will kind of give us the answer. We see OG banning the Troll. It's going to be, you know, the same kind of hero that they're going to ban again. This hero that would really benefit from the Oracle ulti, you know, the Lycan auras, and all these things. I want to touch on the TA pick maybe a little bit, because it's a hero that, you know, I don't really know what to think about it against Lycan. It's probably quite good on the lane. It can be if you snowball good in the game, but it can also backfire, right? Lycan it's just going to eat up the refraction charges and just burst you down. So I'd say a risky pick. It's a confident pick. Like, it shows a lot of confidence in the TA, but it can also backfire pretty much.
It also indicates that they're thinking Tiny is some sort of win condition, right? Because you go for that minus armor to a degree to ruin Tiny's early game. And that can be really useful for OG. I do love the melt build against Lycan in lane, though.
It is very strong. Very potent. And one thing also that TA is going to give to this game is the trap vision to kind of see the backline.
Ooh, yeah.
You need to see the Oracle. You need to see the Coddle. Eventually, TA is going to get a shard, which is instant silence against Oracle. Very, very good at, you know, obviously you also just have a clean jump on him. TA Deso with Blink is just going to one-shot Oracle. So it's a good hero. From the carry heroes, you know, the TAs, the Spectres, the Rikis, they're kind of the same, whereas they can kind of decide where to fight and how to enter the fight.
Okay, Luna.
It is a Luna. Okay, so I mean, I feel like now it doesn't have to be a Tiny core. It can be a Coddle core, and then just play on, you know, this massive Luna, getting the Luna to critical mass, and with these heroes, making sure that the Luna gets a good game. And I think they also needed something to kind of deal with the Phoenix a little bit, because the 4 heroes that they had before didn't deal with Phoenix whatsoever. At least now they have like one egg hitter that doesn't care as much. You can have the Eclipse going while you hit the egg. You know, you still have like some sort of team fight presence. So it's a pretty good pick.
Okay, let's look at the other side. Last pick for OG here. What are your thoughts, Dana?
I'm just thinking, like, what's the good carry-to-carry matchup? Obviously, Luna's one that wants to stand there and fight. Darkseer is still in the pool, but there's no real melee support to pair it with, so the laning stage will be a little bit more rough. You've also got the Fortune's End to be able to dispel the Ion Shell, so that kind of goes out the window. That's a Pangolier that we're seeing. I mean, they don't have any BKB piercing disables, so it's going to be a pretty decent one, just providing a little bit more control, really freeing up the Phoenix's time in a lot of these team fights.
Very good against Lycan, very good at finding Oracle in the backline also, especially because, you don't have any tool. He rolls in and you can't really stop him from getting on top of you. I think it's a very good pick. It helps also protect the egg, obviously. You know, get an extra stun for the egg. I like it. I think it's a very good pick. I don't think we've seen a lot of Mar Pango, so because it could also be BZM Pango and a Mar DK. But yeah, by the looks of it, I think you maybe still want the DK to go mid.
Okay, we're going to have to find out, but we're going to find out with a lovely casting pair. So let's take it away with game 1 between Liquid and OG.
Here we are, yeah. Both teams looking for that first series win. Bottom of the group, Lacoste, but it's going to be a cracking game, isn't it? Liquid with a ton of push, and OG with some serious team fight. Absolutely.
This last pick, Pango, is not going to have trouble getting the Rolling Thunders in big team fights. There's no BKB piercing ability, as Panel mentioned. Team Liquid, they do have a snowbally lineup. They do have a Luna plus Lycan, so this could even Keeper of the Light coming up from the mid lane. It's a very tempo-based hero. In terms of heroes getting on top of Keeper of the Light, we see like Templar Assassin, but she's not gonna be, I'd say, she's gonna be a little bit afraid jumping in pre-BKB. Solar Bind, extremely powerful. And yeah, I think I was thinking that they maybe gonna go with the DK on the mid lane against Coddle, because I've seen this matchup and got so surprised how good Dragonite does against Keeper of the Light. He has like double CS.
Oh really?
Yeah.
So just like attack animation, base damage.
And you don't care about the harassment from Keeper of the Light.
That's true, you've got that Dragon's Blood keeping you topped up. I guess he's pretty good at getting those denies in there as well. And it's also the Cottle with the Tiny as well. That was one of the big points the panel were talking about, whether one of them's going to be a core, one's a support, and they're going to have that ability for Boxy to burst through refraction, find picks on these squishier supports on the side of OG. As we do have the good old classic meeting in the mid lane for both teams. Misha's smoke broken, spotted by Ana. A Luna Blessing level 1, so he's got that additional night vision, seeing people across the river.
I don't know if OG wants to take this fight. Like, Bane doesn't provide you with much. Dragonite's still thinking what he wants to get. If there's going to be a big fight, probably going to go for Breathe Fire. Pango, well, he definitely wants to join if it happens with the shield crash.
Yeah, such a good level 1 ability.
Lycan Wolves will scout things out at the bottom rune. Looking at some of the matchups, Lycan, I think he's going to have a really good time against Bane, against Phoenix. Sending summons to both of these heroes, like they cannot deal with it, so this could be an issue. The good thing is they have Pango with the disarm later on to be able to help him out with the swashbuckle.
Good ways of contending with it. Well, Liquid, we're just going to grab the bottom runes. They're under dire vision. Double wards there from OG, spotting into the jungle and around the bottom rune. And we will have that Mickey mid Cottle against the BZM Pango in the mid lane. How does that kind of matchup go then? If you are talking about the DK matchup against Cottle, Pango's fine?
I think he's going to be okay. Not sure if you can catch Keeper of the Light and get a kill on him. We'll have to see. I think BZM will try to play a bit more aggressive on a mid lane, and we also see Ramses here popping up out of nowhere.
He's looking like a happy chappy, pointing to his brain. Just think about what you're doing. Oh, but these other ones got insanely down bottom. Oh, that Oracle with the Luna of Ana. A DK Phoenix lane, though. That always seems really nasty when you're a hero like Oracle. You can't really stand forward and pressure because you're going to get stunned and hit with the Fiery Spirits.
Especially with the levels, I think it's going to be much easier for OG to play this lane. Like, there is burst potential coming out from Team Liquid. I almost said OG when I saw Ana playing Luna. It can get confusing. Ana and Jerry both now playing against OG squad.
Yeah, and Jerax sat behind him like the good old days, supporting him in every step of life. Up top, some interesting stuff happening here, Lacoste. They've stacked the waves, and Liquid are trying to do some wave dragging.
It's not a strong lane for Team Liquid. It's Lycan plus Tiny. Like, it's not about killing. I don't think playing Tiny in this lane is going to be enjoyable. Like, usually you would want to have some kill threat. So it's mostly going to be about securing Lycan and giving him some levels so that he gets it. Tiny airlines.
Yeah.
Nicely done by Boxy. Tosses him into the camp with the 3 Skelly Bros. Decent damage done to Misha.
Yeah, forces the salve out pretty early on. Well, that's just, Boxy, 3 tosses so far, just chucking people around, trying to mess up with his lane equilibrium.
Toss him again.
Get him straight across there into the creep camp.
And
the Wolves are coming.
They could get a kill if he body blocks him.
Body block Misha's Bane. Tree cut, stand in front. Misha's by the tower now, though.
Forcing him to use another tango.
It's not comfortable whatsoever. But the TA is getting free farm, right? 13-1, Yuragi is handsomely up at the top of that CS board.
Tiny getting a tree grab. on level 2. I like that. I think when you play 4 Tiny, you get so much more value, especially in this lane where you know that you're not going to be able to get the kills. It's going to be some harassment, but I believe OG's lane should be fine. And also, as 4 Tiny, you need to bring constant mana regen. You need Clarity's running. You need those mangoes. I see a courier. It's a set of tangos. So Boxy needs to bring something.
Yeah,
he's using the courier and bringing nothing. Boxy in the base.
Yeah, where's it going? Boxy's courier with nothing on it. He's got what, 200 gold saved up.
He wants the Windlace, probably misclicked.
Yeah, maybe so. It's going on.
Yeah, can you check that courier?
A useless
between
journey.
tier 1 and tier 2 tower, going on an adventure.
Well, Amar getting slammed by the Lucent Beams now, and has leveled that up. Has a lot of magic damage, like you said. Once they get to level 2, level 3, Liquid offer a tremendous amount of damage. And Misha picked up by Zai. Boxy helping out as well.
A bit surprised that they managed to get a kill there. I mean, constant harassment. I think those 2 tossbacks into the big camp kind of made the difference.
And there's that magic burst. Fortune's End, the flames and the Lucent Beam. Difficult for Tiger to position himself safely.
Also, Oracle has a pretty good base attack time. So with Lunar's Blessing, it's level 2 right now. Extra 15 damage on that bottom lane. Gonna do quite a lot.
That's a lot of punches. I mean, there was a time when you used to buy a bunch of Fairy Fires on Oracle. Just because of that base attack time, pumping out damage quickly.
Insania has Mango Tree of his own somewhere, because he does have 6 mangoes.
Well, he knows he's going to be spamming. Do get a stun and a dive in towards Ana, though. Can they save him with a magic stick? He's still got that Fire Spirit burn on him, but it looks like he's all right. Handed over a Tango by Insania. Top lane again. Boxy and Zai moving in. This time around, though, Yuragi and Misha just holding hands, bodyguarding each other, killing off the wolves, making sure that aggression is halted.
Oh, good pushback on a mid lane with Blinding Light, getting level 6 much faster, because Mickey, he was farming the small camp as well.
Yeah, BZM going to have to TP out. Wants to reset himself, and this is going to give a free lane to Mickey.
This is going to be one of the fastest boots of travel, I feel like, on Keeper of the Light, because he's not buying anything. Like, he's not buying any of the small items, just bought a Boots of Speed. We got to check for the record.
Yeah, we'll have one of those pop-ups, absolutely. Yeah, he's going to have a crack in time on that. I mean, what? Less than 7 minutes, right? 6 minutes 30, something along those lines.
Yeah, he needs 500 gold. He's going to check if there is a small camp. Going to steal one creep, 20 extra gold for Keeper of the Light.
That's free money. What's Misha up to? So he's gone for a wander, gets a high ground ward in there towards the triangle. Looks like he's going to deny himself again, just reset that mana pool. Make sure he can return to lane and keep bodyguarding the TA. Might be an opportunity though for Boxy and Zai to move in onto Yuragi, toss him back in the midst of the creep wave. Does get the refraction off, but Zai with the body blocks. Those wolves up in front of the TA causing
Yuragi's
a few
going to
problems.
be fine. Especially now that he is bringing full power treads on the courier and also Raindrop to have a little bit more mana sustain. Does have Ring of Bassi, Templar Assassin, one of the heroes that consumes a lot of mana if you want to keep up with the farm.
Constantly spamming out those refractions. Rolling Thunder. Moving in towards the bottom rune spot. Mickey getting brain sapped and jumped upon, but they've got that Fate Edict out of the Oracle to save him from the magical damage.
Oh, he's stuck.
And BZM, yeah, a little bit stuck there near the cliff.
Nicely done by Insania. That one extra point should be enough.
Looks like he'll die for it, but potentially get a curious snipe. No, he's just going to TP home. Away he goes. Nothing Phoenix can do to stop him. That could be a problem for them. The real stunner here, of course, that Dragon Knight. I do have Fiend's Grip as well, but early days, it's all about that DK stun to actually stop TPs or catch people off guard. Boxy again onto Yuragi. Or is it the other way around? Is it Yuragi onto Boxy? TA comes out and clears him down. Mickey TPing top to help out Zai. Templar Assassin getting closer to the tier 1. The
Blast
Illuminate
not going to connect, gets another refraction.
Gets the refraction back up, and Yuragi, the wolves are hunting.
Someone.
They're going to cancel TP though. He's just left up there. They can't continue diving. Mickey still wants to try Illuminate into that tree line. They can't kill Yuragi though. He's invincible.
This is going to be a lot of damage onto tower. Yuragi may survive, but they need someone to rotate. BZM walking slowly there. Does have a Rolling Thunder available.
He wants to get involved. Mickey, he's been untouched. farming far too quickly. Oh, the run
Breaking
around,
the
he
ankles.
dodges the thing.
And the
Oh,
blinding
man,
light.
he's out of there.
That was nicely done by Mickey. Even gets a respect tip from Yuragi.
Running in circles around his opponents. That should have been a freebie for OG. And Boxy's arrived again. Avalanche toss straight on the Templar Assassin. He's got 3 items all locked up as an inventory. Tranquil boots disassembled. They can keep swapping them.
Keep swapping
back and
them.
forth.
Yeah, that's nicely done. It's a lot of work when you do that on Tiny. Now he disassembled.
The Milan
He
strat.
doesn't- Yeah, that's something that Milan definitely invented on his Earth Spirit. First time I saw it. It's a lot of clicks, Gary, but yeah, Boxy, he feels like he can do it.
Yeah, absolutely can be worth it. And this gives Zai the opportunity just to take that top tier 1, while DK hasn't really been able to do too much with his Elder Dragon form on the bottom tower. Maybe with half duration, he can chip away at it. They'll look for the kill on the Oracle instead, but Insania's got a couple of stacks up of the Purifying Flames heal. He's untouchable as well.
A lot of value from Oracle in this game, being able to dispel Breathe Fire, dispel Enfeeble later on,
Hey, look
slow
at them.
from the traps.
Well, there are 3 heroes chasing him. Somehow, finally he dies. Couldn't keep getting away with it.
Manages
Mickey,
to TP out. That was so close.
Dragon Tail could have been there, but not quite in time. And Boxy, deep behind
He's
enemy
unlocking.
lines.
Let me see if he wants to go for it, get some extra movement speed. One more hit, but he's afraid.
He's
Does he
juking.
want to deny himself? Trap
Yeah.
misses.
Can't get the slow on him. And Boxy, he doesn't have a TP, so he can't actually slip away that easily. And just one meld slap from the TA. And a tip for good measure will find him.
Team Liquid did manage to kill Tier 1 tower on the top lane. And now putting some pressure on the mid lane. Lycan is ready to go. Does have a shapeshift.
Yeah, they don't have Supernova yet. 9.5 minutes in, these supports still level 4. Misha with no grip. So the big teamfight ultis really all reliant on BZM.
BZM's out of mana. That's
Exactly.
also a huge issue. I think this tower just goes down.
Nice deny.
BZM gets the deny.
Still a tower down though, and map control for this push strat from Liquid, basically with a Lycan, the Luna, this Keeper of the Light shoving waves and applying that pressure so consistently. Mickey's gonna take down that bottom lane. Give a bit more room for Ana now to dip into the jungle, farm through triangle. While Boxy, aiming for the Phoenix, meets a couple more heroes than really he'd expected. Bane and the Pango will force him back, but OG still unable to find any of these big kills.
Tiny level 4, Insania on Oracle level 5. Let's see who's bringing the book. I think you give it to Oracle, because Tiny, he's not that level dependent, I would say, like especially when played from position 4. Okay, he's going to be the one buying it.
Yeah, I guess Insania's halfway to 6, so he'll get there
One of
way or the
them
other.
needs to get some XP somewhere.
Yeah.
They think they can burst him.
Wolves.
Zai playing on the top, yeah, with the Wolves.
They're scouting, and they're catching, and they're killing. Bane is TP'd up here as well. Maybe Liquid could stick around for round 2 of their spells. It's only 10 seconds for Boxy to have that next salvo.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And like I said, in the meantime, it is just Ana farming triangle very efficiently while the rest of his squad creating so much room on the map for him.
Misha did place that deep observer ward relatively early on in Liquid's triangle, but nothing has been done about it. Like, all they've seen is Luna free farming, getting the stacks. Because it was very difficult. Both supports were kind of under-leveled. This Phoenix is level 5. BZM was out of mana. And Amar, he wants to hit some creeps.
Yeah, I mean, Misha's getting run out by the Lycan. Nightmare comes. Looks like Amar's okay, even with the Solar Bind on him. And BZM's going to come up here to help out Misha, but Insania and Boxy, Fortune's End, and maybe a tiny combo. Nah, they say not worth it. Forcing the TP rotations out of OG is well worth our time up here. So he can just retreat, fall back, create this bunker for Ana to stay in safely. Pango wants to get in onto Boxy. Misha just
And they're going to leave Boxy.
hit him a couple of times, and there he is. Maybe with this Diffusal Blade, we'll slow down Insania's Oracle and get on top of him with BZM. But with Fate's Edict and all these heals, I don't think Insania's too worried about a little bit of aggression from him.
Insania was thinking about going in.
It's OG contesting triangle at long last, though, finally utilizing the dying seconds of that Observer ward that was up on the high ground. Because they had not just that ward, they had like 3 aggressive wards deep in behind Liquid's territory. And all of them have kind of expired without getting too much use out of them. But now they've got traps. They've got traps to see where Ana is.
Ana's keeping up with the farm of Templar Assassin, but I think Templar Assassin hits a little bit of earlier timing with that Deso. Both teams, I think if this game goes over 35 minutes, at least 2 Roshans are going to be killed.
Oh yeah, both teams love the pit.
OG wants to kill Roshan. As soon as they get that Deso up, there's probably going to be a smoke and go for a kill. Dragonite does have a Blink Dagger. He showed it at the bottom lane, but they haven't gotten anything done since he picked it up.
Yeah, it should feel like OG want to go as well, because they've got Supernova, they have the grip on Misha. A lot of these teamfight tools and abilities are ready at their disposal. BZM, Rolling Thunder's there as well. But they're not going to connect in onto anyone, because 2 ships in the night, they're mirroring the movement. Radiant smoke up to top Dire jungle, Dire do the same thing down to bottom. Maybe they can find Zai as he's trying to connect with the rest of Liquid. But now you've missed out on that, you kind of have an idea of where each other is, right?
Yeah, if you don't find anyone, you know that they're probably doing the same thing as you're doing. Keeper of the Light does have Urn of Shadows, but we haven't seen Mickey being active. Like usually Keeper of the in terms of like getting the kills, but there were no kills, so that means no charges on Urn of Shadows. And also one thing to notice, he doesn't have an extra wind lace. Usually Keeper of the Lights do pick it up just to have a 550 movement speed.
Yeah, as if 500 wasn't enough. Give the old man a little bit more. Now Liquid playing up into their top vision. A couple of observer wards here. And the Wolves actually cutting in behind the wave to chip away at it. But Tiger's been doing an exceptional job. The past 2 minutes he's been in this top lane tree line, just spamming Fiery Spirits, trying to carve out this top lane wave to stop the push hitting into his tier 2. Oh, they find the observer ward as well now. Under a couple of Dire sentries. So OG reclaiming that top jungle for themselves.
Yuragi almost ready to join. 500 away from Deso. Looking at Luna's item build, we talked about Luna having a little bit of different timings. She wants to disassemble Dragon Lance, get a BKB, so OG will have like 2 minutes pretty much to play before Luna gets a BKB.
And Ana. It's like this back and forth, you know, it's this tug of war. You go up top as Liquid, you force the TPs, then you move down bottom, you go into triangle, you move back up top, you're forcing OG to keep reacting. A game of cat and mouse, which so far Liquid have done very well at, but OG want to break the rhythm. They get the grip on the Kotl, find Mickey kill, and Boxy just going to avalanche and run himself away.
This should reveal that there is a ward on the high ground, because Amar did instantly jump him. They could potentially play around this ward. There is no Fiend's Grip, but they also want to put some pressure on the tower. Yuragi, his career is flying, TPing near the outpost to be closer to Roshan.
Yeah, tier 1 mid. Not long for this world. Amar, the friend, just going to take it out with that Elder Dragon form, and yeah, like you said, they're already swinging in towards the Roche pit. Trap there to try and give some vision. Liquid. What's Liquid's next move? You know, it feels like they should be the ones really pressuring objectives and getting themselves in front of towers. Do they go take a team fight, or is it like you're saying, just wait for the BKB on Luna?
Helm of the Overlord is a big one, where 2 supports can't really deal with it. You send it on one of them, and you know that they're not going to be able to use their abilities properly. Ana, he looks pretty dead here.
Yeah, the Nightmare setup from Misha was perfect. Allowed that time for the rest of OG to arrive.
And also with the kill like this, they are delaying what Team Liquid wants to do. Like we talked about the BKB being crucial for them. Ooh, Ana, he
didn't disassemble.
He bought another Ogre Axe. Oh, that's gonna delay it by so much more.
How big of a mistake is that?
It's a big one. It's an extra 1,000 gold, especially with a death like this. I think he gave OG another window, like another minute.
Yeah, they're already 4k ahead, and this Templar Assassin is racing further and further ahead. Top 3 net worth, all Dire heroes. And Liquid with such a great early 10, 12 minutes or so coming out of that laning stage, now starting to falter. Insania defending himself against the jump from OG, but in comes Tiger. High ground with the dive. Sunray back down to low ground, but the blinding light pushback. Supernova looks decent, but they're going to destroy it quickly. Ana with a double kill after they took down the two supports. They'll sprint forward. I don't think they'll find Yuragi or Amar. They've already split off from the rest of the pack.
And inside the pit they go with Helm of the Overlord. This is the thing we talked about where two supports are not going to be able to deal with it. I still think OG is going to take this fight.
And go in with a stun. Amar into piggy mode, gonna squeal away back to high ground. They're just chipping here to force some kind of reaction.
These are also two supports that they just killed who are kind of under-leveled. Boxy is gonna get solo killed.
Yeah, he cancelled the TP knowing what's coming. Down he goes. That looked like Liquid were gonna be able to take Roshan, but it swung quickly the other way.
I mean, BZM does all the work and Amar comes in and steals the kill.
Yeah, secured it. He made damn sure he was dead.
This was the first Supernova, and we still haven't seen False Promise.
Yeah, we haven't. And this is a good blinding light from Mickey. Push the two supports down to the low ground. It looked like Tiger might have wanted just a Supernova up there on the top of the spire, but instead they wanted to keep trying to reset.
They committed heavily. Like, they did manage to kill both supports, as we said, try to go and sneak in Roshan, but OG definitely fight ready.
And we go into that standoff mode again. Liquid holding their area near Roche. OG just prodding, looking to see if they can get into the pit. Still a while until Supernova's back up. 20 seconds for that. I would love to have it for the ensuing fight.
Liquid using a scan to check which angle they're coming from. Does not connect, but they should still have a pretty good understanding where OG is.
And Yuragi with that blink now, not only able to get away and disengage from fights, but also potentially able to jump in aggressively. Boxy with a swift TP home though, makes it out safe and sound.
Finally has enough money to buy a blink.
And again, this game of tug of war, right? Boxy's dragged two heroes bottom, so now there's space for Liquid to smoke and play top.
Yeah, Yuragi knows. He just showed bottom, and Team Liquid using that info gonna instantly smoke. Observer Ward just out of the range, so that's not gonna get devorted. And they also have a trap, so if they go inside the pit, they will have vision.
They will know exactly what's going on. Well, Eclipse ready, Supernova ready, so both teams do have a couple of these big teamfight ultis.
Double damage on Pango. They would definitely love to take a fight right now. Ana so close to his BKB. After this wave, we'll need another one to finish it off.
Farm up some of those neutrals quickly, Ana. They are still prepping themselves though. You've got to be ever ready against the Templar Assassin squad. And yeah, you see there, BKB in the courier, en route to the Luna. The squadron of couriers flying out to Liquid. 3 of them on their way, scrambling all jets. They are spotted though. They saw the Oracle's courier for sure going over that trap. But I don't know if they are fully aware of the BKB
Boxy
arriving.
Ready to break the smoke. They have high ground vision, so if the smoke breaks, he will be able to either get initiation or jump out. For now, it seems like he wants to find an opening, and here he goes.
Ana, BKB Eclipse, looking to blow them up, but the Supernova still comes out in time. They're trying to focus it down, but the grip onto the Luna removes it from the fight. No save from Insania, he was focused now instead. Quick kills out of OG as the bait failed spectacularly for Liquid.
Yeah, he does get the Supernova off. They don't have that hero that's gonna just stand in and hit the egg. Ana tried to do that with the BKB, but the Fiend's Grip goes through BKB, stops him completely, and yeah, we also mentioned, like the panel talked about, not having anything to stop the Rolling Thunder. So if BZM gets the Rolling Thunder off before the fight, that's gonna be huge. And this also means that Roshan is secured.
Yeah, the control onto Insania as well. No false promise, which could have given them the ability there to break out of the grip, kill the egg. But no ulti from the Oracle meant Luna didn't stand a chance. So Roshan goes to OG, Yuragi with the Aegis now. Tiger down bottom. Again, just playing these tree lines so very well, forcing waves away from his towers. Liquid with fewer and fewer options as this game goes on.
I think Liquid will have a little bit of trouble dealing with what OG has. They wanted to hit an earlier timing with this Keeper of the Light, Lycan and Luna, and Luna has been shut down. In terms of net worth, she's still 3,000 gold behind Templar Assassin, and that's going to be a big kill. Oracle ready to go in with the ulti, but they're controlling him in the backlines.
Yeah, they just keep controlling the Oracle. Finally, the False Promise will come to try and save Mickey, but the damage is monumental from OG. I don't even think he's going to survive through this. Getting blasted and destroyed. BZM with the double kill.
Yeah, that Spirit Vessel stopping any kind of healing. I mean, the combo from Liquid is good, where you have False Promise and also healing from Spirit Vessel, Illuminate on top of it, but yeah, just not enough. Team Liquid, you can feel that they think they're on the clock. Misha, great positioning. Something that OG supports are doing really well is breaking these smokes.
Yeah, just standing on top of staircases, allowing for another grip onto Anna's Luna. Amar trying to focus her down, get the BK and then clips off, but that's BZM jumping away into the arms of Boxy. Tiny picking up that huge kill for them, and the TP out from Anna will give Luna the safety she needed. But now it is full retreat time for Liquid. Still no Kotl on the field. Getting a couple of kills like that's not bad, but it doesn't feel like a team fight victory. There was nothing decisive about that from Liquid.
They managed to kill BZM. It's a big one, but they can't turn that into anything. And also forcing Keeper of the Light to get an earlier BKB. There are a couple of good counters to Keeper of the Light. One of my favorite ones, we were talking about the mid Keeper of the Light, is Kunkka, where you kind of force him to get the BKB, and playing against this Rolling Thunder, who can easily control the backlines, or just one jump from Dragon Knight, should be enough. But then again, they don't have anyone that can hit the egg except Luna.
How have they done that? Oh, yeah, Boxy's over here somewhere. They've spotted him somehow, whether it's game sense or I don't know if they placed a trap or something. But they knew exactly where that Tiny was. It definitely feels, though, as this game starts going, you know, to 30 plus minutes or so, Liquid going to start having damage problems. Tanky heroes on OG, DK, Pango naturally, TA with the refraction, BKB's coming up as well. Sunray to give the heals on their side.
They're
and your
super
damage dealer
tanky.
is Luna.
I don't think they can burst this Dragon Knight. I don't think they have the tools. Like, their initiation is pretty much Tiny, so he'll always going to be able to get the BKB off. And Amar, something about Amar, the way he itemizes, he's going for Orchid next to be able to deal in the backlines with this Oracle. Like, he wants to be able to jump him and instantly delete him.
Yeah, they're so good at figuring out what their particular job is, right? What's the target going to be for me in this game? I need to jump the Oracle, I'm going to stun him, silence him, and that's 10 seconds with no Oracle, basically.
I think it was either that, where he gets, it's like either Templar Assassin gets some kind of a silence, whether from picking up the Orchid, or you want to get Shard, so with the trap, you silence him in the backlines. Like, just that one instant of silence might do the trick. BZM too quick.
Speedy.
Did you know, Gary, that BZM does not play with the mouse mat?
Really?
Yeah, he just bangs it out and plays on the table. I don't even know how's that possible. Probably has a good mouse.
Well, yeah, what kind of mouse is he using? If he has one of those mice from the 90s with the rollerball in it,
yeah.
Sure, but these laser mice, you got to make sure that that table's not got a reflective surface. Oh, madman. Maybe he's just waiting for the right sponsor to come along.
It's a kind of disadvantage, but seems like it's not bothering him at all. Amar almost finds Zai.
BZM loses his courier, which was a couple of big items there. And a full Hurricane Pike for the TA, so even more ability to get her away from the Tiny, away from the Luna.
It's very difficult for Team Liquid to control the fight. They have a Tiny, that's it. That's pretty much the control. And also, this Lycan will start to fall off, because you do have Helm of the Overlord, but Templar Assassin deals really well with the creeps right now. Also, Lucky Shot on Pango is maxed out. So I think as this game progresses, it just gets more difficult for Liquid.
What's the move for them then? Do they just try and brute force some tier 2s? Is that the play? Just try and force fights, bang your head against the wall?
I think they need to go, because Aegis just expired.
No time like the present. But look at OG, so quick to react. They see a little bit of poking at the top lane, thinking, hey, there's wolves here, there's Catapult. Liquid are up to something. Misha doesn't have an Observer Ward, so can't get one of those Tinker spots warded up. And Liquid have evacuated the area. Boxy gonna go for the TP home, but stunned up by Amar, trying to give him the high five. I don't think Boxy's in the mood for that right now, though. Being hunted and hounded, jumped on by the shield crash. BZM and Amar should
Might
be able to close in
out.
on him. He
Ooh,
can't blink away from this man.
That was so close.
Amar's gonna. Is Amar the finder? He's gonna get you in the tree line.
Good one, Gary. Gem picked up by Insania, gave it to Keeper of the Light so they can get rid of traps, getting rid of the vision.
It absolutely feels like Liquid are just being pushed further and further back. They get like one little move up top where they poke the tier 2, and then you see the map state, and they're just being pushed closer and closer to their base and tier 3s, just with the natural state of the map and the way OG are playing it. Luna showing some illusions down bottom, and Dire scanning in there, trying to see if there's any real heroes lurking in the shadows.
Zai decided to go for Shard on Lycan, so that lanes are pushed in. One extra wolf.
Anna,
he's...
Oh, that's a tragedy. Insania, where is he? He's too far away. Oracle can't get near enough by, and that's now 70 seconds without your position 1 carry.
Ana loves to sit in the trees. Wherever he pushes the lane, like it's one of his spots to be at.
And now the swarm of OG heroes, right? They get that one pick down bottom, and they're immediately sprinting across towards mid, looking up at top, eyes on any targets that show. And Misha's Bane has been spot on, finding nightmare after nightmare to allow this timing for the rest of his squad to catch up.
There's always this threat of Bane, whether we're talking about sleep into someone else steeping or just using the Fiend's Grip to be able to lock him down. It gets very, very difficult, and you can feel the difference between two carries, what Templar Assassin brings right now. Luna, I don't think she's ever going to feel too comfortable getting close to fight. Again, they don't have an egg hitter, and we're getting closer to level 18 on Phoenix. Lycan's not going to do it. 2 supports. Coddle, he does not want to be close.
Yeah,
so Agg's definitely going to go off in the fight.
Yeah, speaking of differences, OG, you know, the chat wheel lines they're using, hey, and you know, thanks for the kind of nice words. Insania dropping the don't give up. We can make some kind of comeback happen
Keeping
here.
that PMA mentality
Like, let's
alive.
go for a smoke. Let's go positive, aggressive moves. Let's just cast our spells and get something done. I will
Team
group
Liquid,
up.
they had OG's number in the DPC tour, in the tiebreakers. Very stompy games, but the OG seems like they did their prep, and now we have a completely different game.
Yeah, the only hero that was showing just then as Liquid Smoke to move was Amar, 2700 HP Dragon Knight that you do not want to be jumping on as your primary focus. Uragi maybe. Now TA on the other hand, if she shows, say hello to Ana, but he doesn't get the Lucent Beam out, and Uragi just TP's out.
No shard as well, so no stun.
It feels like that should have been something that connected from Liquid. And instead, oh, well, okay, let's go again. Yeah, Insania making the calls, just keep this going. We nearly had them, we'll get them next time, boys.
OG is already on the high ground. Mickey, he knows that smoke just broke. He's pinging it out.
The jump in from Boxy. They go for the Bane. They should be one of the easier kills that they can get, but Misha proving difficult to kill.
Well.
He goes for the grip, and in comes Uragi. BKB and the false promise out. Oracle saving up Mickey's Kotl. Anna's moving in and out, but he can't decide where to go. Anna TPing home.
Oh, the rolling
Liquid
thunder.
Being destroyed by OG. Handled by this BZM Pango. Zai's out of there. Or which way is he going? Dead or alive? It's going to be claimed up by the TA.
Oh man, Pango did so much work in that fight, having level 15 talent and Aghanim Scepter. That means those swashbuckles are gonna be popping off, and Amar finds another one.
Yeah, he goes straight onto the Kotl. Toss back from Boxy, save up Mickey as best he can. Now Amar needs to get himself down to the low ground, but he's standing there with a BKB up, turning onto the Luna, stunning her and catching the Fate's Edict to heal, but the physical damage! Uragi just slays 2 of them in a blink of an eye, and at this point it might just be GG. There is no way, seemingly, for Liquid to come back into this one.
Inside their base, there we go. And we talked about how there is no real response to Phoenix. Amar, he felt super confident. Like we mentioned that he doesn't have to pop BKB early on because they don't have this like lockdown to keep him in place. They have Tiny and Lucent Beam. That's pretty much it. So he held BKB for so long, jumped into the fight, and then he gets it, baits Eclipse, and they clean him up. Taiga, like no real answer for Phoenix.
Yeah, again, I just keep hammering this point home. It's like Misha setting everything up. It's Misha. He tanks the gank. He gets the nightmare. He breaks the smoke. He is everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
Gets the grip off for a couple of seconds, allowing the rest of the team to connect. And
he's a ghost.
This is it. This might be it. The best play they have. So right now is Tiny tossing someone back. He does have a Force Staff, so let's see how he does it. Here he comes.
Yeah.
It's just a wolf.
Sad times. But yeah, OG really, they have been ghosts. Liquid have been trying to chase ghosts across the map, never connecting with the smokes, always being read every move they make. And OG have been watching them. And Trap's vision, always incredibly useful.
Misha already in a position to go for round 2. This is desperation from Team Liquid. They're drawing on a minimap, go mid. I'm not sure what they can get from this mid wave push.
They've just got to try something at this point. You know, there's nothing really they can do other than run it down and try and kill BZM. That's a big one. They take out the Pango, dead for a minute and a half, and move straight onto the Bane, finally. Removing Misha from the game, he buys back Snap Decision because Roshan is alive. Inside the pit, there's some big prizes there. Boxy onto Amar. Ana starting to open up. The Eclipse, though, cancelled out by the BKBs of OG. And they're diving towards the Luna. She has to use the magic community to save herself from Uragi and Amar.
Even ulti coming up from Insania.
Yeah, false promise required as well, but they've got the grip now. Kotl held in place, cancelled by Boxy. Liquid fighting back and finding openings, but a Supernova going to be untouchable. They can't fight into the big old pyramid, landing on their heads, and Liquid losing everything.
They're gonna call it. Yeah, what a performance from OG game 1. Like, it felt that Team Liquid needed to get their earlier timings. We talked about BKB Luna timing, not disassembling Dragonland, so it kind of gave them an extra minute. And yeah, it's good to see Misha smiling, finally being able to play with the team on LAN. Just some good vibes.
It's got to feel good to get game 1 under your belt as well when you're both at the bottom of the group. Get those victories wherever you can. I mean, Amar, look at him, just cool as ever. He knows he did his job. Jump in, stun silence the Oracle whenever he saw him.
I don't know, Amar always manages to get on top of the network. Like, he's always top 2, top 3, and look at the boys. Very happy, still have a lot to say even after pretty convincing victory in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think they're talking about? It's like Anna's blunder about not disassembling Dragonlance. Do you think that was such a massive game-defining moment?
They still had Fiend's Grip. Like, you could see even with the BKB, they tried to go for it. I think, for me, Taiga is the MVP of this series. Being able to get those eggs where they could not claim. They did not have heroes to kill the egg, but they had his positioning, which was kind of amazing.
and I pray. All I need are some better days. Fuck me, I'm looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer. I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy. There's no risk if you don't try at anything, so I'ma just keep buying everything. See you in the next life, hope to be a better me. I don't think that my head's on straight, gotta flip it and grip it and go and get an x-ray. What's wrong with me? I just feel weight pushing on my chest and it squeezes till I suffocate. Better change my mindset, meditate. It's pretty cool that I'm alive and have better days. I could walk, see, hear, I should celebrate. Think I could change my mind, maybe elevate. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. I'm kinda stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I work hard or live at my pace? You're only young once, yeah that's all great, but I also want a future where I'm okay. Living life is doing lots of cocaine. Wait no, it's living with no shame. Wait no, it's sleeping in on Sundays. I guess it's different for each of us and that's okay. Well I just wanna be happy, how to get there? Glad that you asked me. I think it's different for everyone. Some of us need work, others need fun. Some of us need purpose to overcome. But try to do what you love when it's said and done. Cause there's so many differences in each of us. Trust your gut, it can show you what you want. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Yeah. Please tell me that I can't, that I won't, that I fail, that I'll never make it out, yeah. Please tell me all the bad, never good, fill my head full of every single doubt, yeah. Please say any negative thoughts, I pop off when I hear people say I cannot. I get off to the thought of proving everyone wrong, I won't stop to the top, so you better back off and get lost. I'ma stay loud, stay proud, never running out, never heading south. I'll be spreading out, call it word of mouth, can't put me down, I'll be getting loud. You can have it douse, not what I'm about, have your cloud, it be raining now, I keep making sound, go another round, I'm legend bound, can't stop me now. You don't wanna fuck with me, a slow burn like a disease. Just tell me that I can and I'll show you things that you couldn't believe. Just tell me that I can. 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 Anything negative, cause I just wanna hear it out your mouth, yeah. Give me fuel, it's a tool that I use to go ahead and run my mouth, yeah. I take shots, I take loss, I make shots, I miss lots. That's how you get big box, you get yachts, you swing lots and pop off a big shot. I ain't done chasing, got big dreams, bigger things, impatient. Who's at the top think they need replacement? Who's at the top think I'm gonna erase them? Face it, I don't give up quick, I don't give up shit, I won't give up this. Cause I know that I want it, know that I'm on it, I'll make it, I promise. You don't wanna fuck with me, a slow burn like a disease. Just tell me that I can and I'll show you things that you couldn't believe. Just tell me that I can. 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 Yeah. Please tell me that I can't, that I won't, that I fail, that I'll never make it out, yeah. Please tell me all the bad, never good. Fill my head full of every single doubt, yeah. Please say any negative thoughts. I pop off when I hear people say I cannot. I get off to the thought of proving everyone wrong. I won't stop to the top, so you better back off and get lost. I'ma stay loud, stay proud, never running out, never heading south. I'll be spreading out, call it word of mouth. Can't put me down, I'll be getting loud. You can have your doubts, not what I'm about. Have your fucking cloud, it be raining now. I keep making sound, go another round. Bitch, I'm legend bound, can't stop me now. You don't wanna fuck with me. A slow burn like a disease. Just tell me that I can and I'll show you things that you couldn't believe. Just tell me that I can. 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 Cause I just wanna hear it out your mouth, yeah. Give me fuel, it's a tool that I use to go ahead and run my fucking mouth, yeah. I take shots, I take loss, I make shots, I miss lots. That's how you get big box, you get yachts, you swing lots and pop off a big shot. I ain't done chasing, got big dreams, bigger things, impatient. Who's at the top think they need replacement? Who's at the top think I'm gonna erase them? Face it, I don't give up quick, I don't give up shit, I won't give up this. Cause I know that I want it, know that I'm on it, I'll make it, I promise. You don't wanna fuck with me. A slow burn like a disease. Just tell me that I can and I'll show you things that you couldn't believe. Just tell me that I can. 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 Fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these dreams I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. nauseous, believe me. Never had a lot of shit come easy. Had to work hard, struggle just to be me. Had to rise up just so they could see me. Did what I had to do just to feed me. And what was left over I put towards my dreaming. But the only thing in life that has meaning are the things you gotta work for, believe me. Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be fucking sour, take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder. And all the doubters, they're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown. I'm just telling you to fight for your dreams, but it's not what it seems. Man, it's hard to be seen when everybody wants to be king. Yeah, they all wanna ring, yeah, we all wanna be free. So show me what you got, what you bring, how you fight in the ring, how you take a fucking swing. Do you got heart, are you mean? Got some scars, got some needs, are you willing to go bleed? I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown.
When Luna is strong, now Lycan is weak.
Yeah.
So it's just, I personally don't think it worked really well with the draft.
That's why I was really leaning into, in the game 1 draft, as we get into game number 2, very similar bans, very similar start to the draft, where I was like,
exactly the same.
I was saying, how's Ana and the Lycan in recent times, right? Because I was really thinking they were going to pick another one of those aggressive tempo styles and play what beat OG previously 4 times during the DPC, right? So the Leshrac, the Death Prophet, these style of heroes that you can use the Oracle ulti to full effectiveness and just run and take towers and use that early timing and try and win in 25-30 minutes. If you don't, the draft just didn't work, but at least it would synergize a lot more strongly.
This is always quite interesting when you have kind of the exact same draft sequence unfolding, because then you get to really pick the drafter's brain and understand what they think went wrong. And I like that approach already much more. I really like this pick actually from Liquid. I mean, but let's touch on a little bit. So probably what has happened is that OG other teams have tried to take away first pick from OG, but now that they found, another answer, which is they just banned the Razor themselves, it seemed that they don't prioritize it anymore. I would assume that, OG had choice and they picked something else, and Liquid went for first pick again. And yeah, therefore, same opener, first pick Tiny into DK Phoenix, felt really strong. And, we've seen Ana on the Juggernaut yesterday. He seemed really comfortable on the hero. They had that was their only win, and it was a convincing one against a very strong team, against Nigma. So now they decide to pick it on 8, obviously known as being one of the best heroes against Phoenix at dealing with the egg. So, I like it. It's a completely change of style. They now want to secure... I'm thinking maybe with the Luna, they were kind of out of heroes, and now they're kind of securing, the heroes that they know they're really going to want later down the draft, and they just pick it right away.
It's that early aggression hero that I've been begging for them to go on Liquid from the very start of this tournament, right? Because they've been so successful with it. Even against the DK, right? You see the Maelstrom, you see the Aghanim's Shard on the Juggernaut. You can deal with a DK, one of the notoriously tanky heroes that you have to be able to play around. But, I wouldn't hate to see something like a Winter Wyvern come through as well for Team Liquid. Again, just something, to deal with a DK, be able to kite around. Even you're a pseudo egg hitter if you're playing on the backlines, right? Arctic Burn, you just get such insane range. It's not too bad.
No, it is very good. It's also kind of decent against Phoenix to kind of disengage against the egg. You can also start to, decide to hit the egg from afar. So, I mean, we'll see so far. I think the bans are also, quite telling. So OG do respect the Coddle ban, and as you know, it was a pretty good pick and it had a lot of impact in the early game. It's going to be banned out. The Snapfire, one of the best heroes against Phoenix, obviously, you know, with the little shredder to take down the egg pretty quickly, as well as the Snap ulti. So one of the supports that has the most kind of damage power spike on level 6 to deal with the DK trying to take down a tower. You basically get solo killed by a Snap ulti, almost. So, you know, I like the ban. I think it would have been a really good pickup for Liquid.
Do you feel like OG aren't just going to pick the Bane again? Because the Juggernaut is, you know, not necessarily as bad, but still the Fiend's Grip is going to be nice against that. You're a natural man to builder, so at least you're able to get out of that damage reduction. But, I mean, it kind of discourages Liquid again from putting Mickey into that mid-tiny role, which he's going to excel at. And they just do it. Why not?
Very pickable, for sure. Very good hero. You get a BKB control against the Jugger, something that you really need. You know, you have to think of how the fight is going to unfold. You know, Phoenix egg, Jugger spinning the egg down. Now if Jugger gets gripped, problem.
Save for the egg, like we saw in that last game.
Very good pick. Very self-rolls. Coddles, Grimstrokes. I mean, Grimstroke has to be the #1 hero to pair with Tiny. It's such a strong combo. Low cooldown spells, they run together, kill everything on the map, and of course this tells you that it's going to be a core Tiny. I like that. Obviously Grim Jugger, also a very famous lane, very strong. You know, spin down with the Inkswell. You have no way to kind of stop the Inkswell from proccing on you because of the spin, you know, magic immunity. So very good hero at enabling both Jugger and Tiny, I would say.
Yeah, and the Clockwork as well. You know, that to be able to deal with both of these supports, it did feel like a big area that Team Liquid were lacking last time. Obviously they had the position for Tiny that Boxy got off some great Avatos combos, but it's not that consistent lockdown. You know, you can't stop an egg from coming out unless you literally 100-0 the Phoenix, for example. So the Clockwork, with that there, sure, the egg's still going to go off, but the Sunray isn't going to be as effective, for example. Same sort of thing with the Bane, just be able to get in on top of him. Void Spirit coming out here, it's all right. I mean, back in the day, I always thought, at least in the laning stage, if Tiny's going to go a little bit more of this right-click style, and I know you don't go full like tree grab in the lane, but like Magnus's mid bullied the Void Spirit super effectively because of their having the low armor. So maybe Mickey could try and do that with a Tiny this time around, but we'll have to wait and see. You
know, it's like the secret of the mid laners. They all have kind of their own, their own hero choices and their preferences. I can only assume that BZM is comfortable with the matchup because obviously he should know that it's a Tiny coming to his lane, Tiny mid. He sees Clockwork and Grimstroke most likely support duo. So then he just decides that this is a good game for a Void Spirit. And usually I think what Void Spirit kind of lacks is like he goes in and he starts the fight, you know, quite effectively, and he's elusive. It's hard for them to turn on him, but he kind of needs some follow-up to happen. You know, he doesn't have like an overwhelming amount of damage, and Phoenix is one of the best heroes at doing so. It's like Void Spirit jumps in, gets the Remnant, now an egg, the Sunray on top of the Void Spirit jump, and now it's super threatening. I mean, even Jugger might die from the jump, right? From the chain stun into the Phoenix, overwhelming amount of damage. So I think it's a really good game for Void Spirit. When you see the Phoenix with him, it doesn't feel like they're going to lack damage. It actually makes Void Spirit like a big threat.
And in the early as well, if you compare it to last game, Liquid played the aggressive style you always talk about. But Tiny, a little bit slower in the mid lane, depends on that Blink Dagger Tiny.
Oh, not Mickey though. Mickey is damn good.
You think he can do without Blink compared to Spirit Bro though?
Oh, he'll get it at like 15 minutes, and I think that's going to be perfectly fine.
What's going to be quite interesting this game, like compared to last game, is that both heroes really can, you know, explode, like have a really explosive game if they get the rune control, both Void Spirit and Tiny. So I think we're going to see like a lot of skirmishes around the mid lane, especially because we have kind of self-sufficient laners. DK doesn't really need his support to stay with him for too long. Same for Jugger if he has like a stable lane. So, you know, I'm already seeing how, you know, this Clockwork and the Grim are going to try to connect to the Tiny to try to, you know, enable his game through the runes, and same is going to go for the Void Spirit with the Bane and the Phoenix.
So with that in mind, what do you want to see Zai pick up here? We're assuming it's Zai's hero coming through from Team Liquid last. Something that is sustainable in lane, but there's no Timbersaw, there's no DK. Could he Necro this game?
It should be something that, I mean, obviously it's a little bit trickier for Zai because he's not going to see the matchup and he's going to get counterpicked most likely by Yuragi, but it's definitely something that's ideally something that's not going to block Boxy and kind of prevent him from roaming, you know, because if that does happen and Void Spirit gets all the rune control, suddenly the game might just crumble completely for Liquid.
So do you prioritize that combination with the Clockwork more than the lane itself?
Yes, you have to think, as Zai right now, you have to think of a hero that's going to free up your clock. So of course you only see the Bane, but a lot of heroes can do the job. You know, it could be, for instance, like a Nature's Prophet that's really good in a 1v2 scenario. We've seen Mind Control do it a lot, where he gets a little bit of help for the first 3-4 waves, and then Venge. Okay, so this is actually quite the opposite of what I was mentioning, I'll be honest, because I don't think Venge can sustain herself a lot on the lane. So this is maybe something where we might see OG have an edge in the early game if both supports are going to be looking at the mid rotations and the Clockwork is going to be a little bit stuck, or he can also decide to just ignore it and the Venge is going to suffer, and it's fine. I mean, if I had to name one offlaner that knows how to play from behind and play these really tough games, then it would be Xayah. So
how's Yuragi on Sniper?
He likes it. I think he's quite comfortable. I mean, honestly, I think he plays. I don't think there's a single hero I've seen him ever say that I don't play it. He's very versatile.
I feel like whenever you're up against these like position 3 ranged and a melee pos 4, Sniper is just able to abuse that lane so heavily that, you know, you're just constantly popping the pos 4 in the faces. There's nothing that Avenge, for example, could do about it. Yeah, the later game might be a little bit rougher considering you're up against the Clockwork and the Tiny who's going to have the Blink Dagger and all that, but you've got some save and... Ooh, okay. An Arc Water.
That is interesting. I mean, we saw yesterday the game.
RNG,
It was really impressive. So very strong hero, probably, you know, raising in popularity. At the same time, Jugger has been one of the known counters to Arc because of the magic immunity. The fact that you just like close the gap and there's not much Arc can do, especially now with the Shard, you might just solo kill him. So I'd say a pretty ballsy pick, honestly, because it's an Arc into a Clockwork, into a Jugger, into a Tiny Jump with Grimstroke. Venge, they have a lot of gap close, which is usually what Arc really hates.
Okay, well with that, any last minute predictions, Dad?
I think Liquid might be able to take this one. Obviously, we like the draft a little bit more this time around. There's still a little bit of the concern with the damage reduction up against, we're assuming it's Mickey's Tiny coming through from the Bane and the DK, but yeah, I think they need this. They're 1 win, 4 losses. They need this to stand any chances of staying in. So I'm going to go Liquid. I got faith.
Good. Do I really need to say who I'm going for?
Of course, it's Liquid. No question there, yeah. Let's see what our casters have to say about this game as we go over to them. Take it away, Gareth and Lacoste.
Some faith in Liquid there from Danog, and of course the unbiased action of Seb. A very, very ballsy Arc Warden pick, like Seb was saying, lots of gap close and ability to get in on top of him. What do you reckon about the hero?
One thing we haven't seen, but you're gonna see it right now, is Amar is playing Void Spirit.
Ooh!
Last time he played it, I think they lost in 17 minutes during the DPC. Didn't look too good. He was kind of playing position 4 rather than position 3, but I think this time around it's gonna be real position 3 Amar Void Spirit, something that teams don't usually do, but yeah, OG, it seems like they're not afraid of anything, especially when playing on land. This is also, as Panel was talking about, Arc Warden into so many counters, whether we're talking about traditional counters and new ones, like you're into Jug, into Clockwork, Tiny Toss, Vengeful Spirit Swap. Like it might be very difficult, but it also seemed very difficult yesterday when they played against RNG, and Yuragi did some heavy lifting on the hero.
Oh, he pulled out all the stops. A beautiful performance from him, and I've got to say, if we're talking about the position 1 carries, I'm a big fan of Liquid here, kind of reeling it back a little bit. You know, they've tried Ana on Spectre, Pudge, Luna, some off-meta, some slightly meta heroes, but Juggernaut is like the meta carry right now, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I see a lot of Jug picks, but I think I see more Jug bans where he feels very good, and teams do prioritize him in terms of banning. He's paired up with Grimstroke, so a lot of kill threat in that lane, especially against hero like... maybe that's why. Never mind. So Void Spirit, maybe this is why they decided to go with it, because the Simulate, you can dodge. Yeah, that makes sense right now. It took me full minute to realize it. I was talking about other stuff, you know, I always have something to say, Garrett, but yeah, the Simulate, being able to dodge the Inkswell and dodge some damage during the Blade Fury, so kind of swapping things around, putting Dragonite on a mid lane. He's going to be playing against Tiny, so there's no real kill threat on this Dragonite, and Dragonite can't kill Tiny, so both mid laners kind of be happy about it. Misha blocking the small camp for Tiny.
Yeah, that bottom lane, like you say, about kill threat. Usually the Jug, Grimstroke are looking to put that pressure on, slay heroes, but both Phoenix and the Void Spirit can slip away from that. But I think right now, all eyes on top. Something that we've mentioned a couple of times. If you're feeling a little bit, you know, under the weather, or you're not performing as you would want to, you want that upper hand.
Now. They already know. He's not showing on the bottom lane. Ana using a defensive spin.
Yeah, the tri lane for Liquid, not going to get themselves that first blood, which they attempted to do. So they will have to reset and go just for the 2-1-2 setup instead.
Misha will need to be very careful on Bane. Like, he's going to have a difficult time, I would say, playing this one. Much more different compared to the previous game. You get level 2, most likely you're going to die on Bane. I'm not talking about him getting level 2, but Clockwork and Vengeful Spirit. Ton of damage, trap him inside the cogs. Off lane, Vengeful Spirit. It's been a while since I've seen it. People did try to play it a couple of times during the DPC Tour 1. I don't remember seeing it in Tour 2. Good synergy with the Grimstroke and the Shard. It's going to be a lot of bounces. There's going to be 4 missiles and also Aghanim Scepter. Like, your key item is going to be Aghanim Scepter into Shard.
Tons of stuns. I think Zai is one of the few, if not the only player that's still bringing out this position 3 Venge. So we'll see how he fares on one of his kind of signature heroes in the off lane.
It's not fair. Mid lane, it's Mickey and Ramses against BZM.
A 2v1? That does seem illegal. And what are they at? 8 and 6 on the Tiny. Dragonite a little bit behind, but he's got this wave to try and finish off. Grimstroke down bottom, just spamming out the Stroke of Fate, keeping Amar away from the creep wave as best he can. There's not too much Tiger and Amar can do, it feels like, to pressure the Jug. They are just trying to leech experience and gold.
Pretty much. Get as much XP and gold as you can, and also don't die. Because you see that he doesn't even have the sim.
Dives away.
Amar, oh,
there we go.
They're going to catch Insania, and that's going to be the first blood.
Yeah, it looked like Tiger's going to dive away defensively, but they are able to turn
Amar is inside their heads, because you would assume that he has the Dissimulate, right? This is why they picked the hero. So he cannot die and dodge the Inkswell that we mentioned, but he doesn't even get it. He's like, yeah, they will think I have it, so I don't have to get it.
Yeah, we had a similar thing earlier on, right? The Queen of Pain up against the Void Spirit. He didn't go Dissimulate until at level 3, level 4. He went for the, nothing to say, went for the aggressive build, so he could push damage early on instead. As top lane, I'm going to go in onto Misha. Here's the combo you were talking about. They hit level 2 on Liquid's side, but with the battle back from Yuragi, they don't actually get the kill on Misha. Boxy actually coming out worse for wear in that engagement.
Going for this type of a play, aggressive one, when your wave is underneath the tower.
Oh, Ana.
Taiga, he's saving the dive. He's looking for an opening just in case Amar gets close. Ana's very low on HP. He does have 9 magic stick charges and a couple of shared tangos. But yeah, forcing this out.
Gets through the Remnant with his spin, but the right-click power from Amar and Tiger, just standing their ground, dodging the Inkswell, beautifully done, sidestepping the danger. Insania trying to get Tiger, but he's fine.
He doesn't even pop it.
It doesn't even blink, does he? I'd be clenching my butt cheeks, curling my toes, like, oh, I'm gonna die! But Tiger's just chill. He's calm. Goes and he denies himself. Instead.
Buys Boots of Speed to be able to keep the distance. We talked about the side lanes, mostly mid lane, as expected. A lot of CS, a lot of denies.
Toss back. Avalanche from Mickey.
2 points in Dragon Blood, does have Fairy Fire and a couple of tangos left, so Dragonite should be okay. A little surprised about the top lane. Like, Zai's getting a lot from it.
Oh yeah, 24 last hits. Our coordinate 17. So a pretty good gap there built by Zai. Is that the pressure of the Clockwork kind of keeping the Bane out of contention?
It is. Also, they can connect on Arcord, and if he gets close, if he gets stunned, they're trying to make a move on Zai. Boxy is going to escort him.
At the same time, that consistent pressure from OG. I'll get the cogs in onto Misha, push him around, but Zai was held back by the Nightmare. And we saw down bottom, Insania was dropping incredibly low because Tiger is playing very forward against his former captain, showing him who's boss. And Amar trying to secure some of the last hits out of this little pull through into the large camp.
They glyph it. This is Amar glyph if I've ever seen one.
So cancel out the spin?
Yeah, get some reduction, and you see Taiga immediately starting to play aggressive. Might even think about going in, using dive to kill the healing ward. Might be too risky, does not want to die. Insania, 10 stick charges, he should be okay. But
Clock got the stick off as well. Misha denied himself to the tier 2 top lane at the same time, something we've seen him do plenty of times, just to refill his mana and HP to return to the lane at full strength. It's getting close to 6 minutes. Is this first active rune, do you think, going to be an indicator for Mickey or BZM to move? Or is it like the panel was saying, where Mickey might try and move and BZM looks for the tower pressure?
Looking at the siege creep, half HP. Who got it? Insania did pick it up.
Oh, Courier. Tiger again, going to snipe one out.
Oh, Tiger sniping 2 couriers. Tiny would definitely want to move if he gets Arcane or Haste Rune. Other than that, I don't think he would.
Well, Zai being left alone up top. Found by Misha. Yuragi getting the last touch in there. Well, Tiger died to Insania. Sorry, the other way around. Tiger killed Insania back in towards the mid lane, which is all very surprising because we saw both supports from Liquid come to mid. Boxy refilled Mikke's bottle, but they didn't really move together anywhere.
No, Team Liquid syncing up with Deads, making observers miss a kill. They need to chill a little bit. Another bottle refill on a mid lane. Mikke's Tiny has been amazing in the DPC, one of his better heroes, I would say. Gets extremely active early on, and I like his build that he was going for Echo Saber first, into Blink Dagger, and then Axe.
Oh, they got Yuragi.
They got him. This should be the kill.
This is a huge one for them. Insania and Tiger continuing the scrap as well.
To not miss a single kill.
We see everything. JJ's got the eyes. Phantom's embracing onto the Phoenix. Tiger just giving it the clicks, the Fiery Spirit comes, but Insania is under tier 2, so he's got that additional buff to tank through DPS.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Now Misha alone top. He really wants to get rid of this catapult as quickly as possible, but there's another good glyph, this time from Liquid side. A Nightmare to stop the Cogs play. Still going to get forward though with a transfer over to Zai. And inside the Cogs with the battery assault going, Misha is about to die. And Zai might actually move in towards Yuragi next. You know Boxy's going to fall under tower here, even with the stick charge up. He's hit with a Flux and the dive in from Tiger. Not connecting onto the Vengeful Spirit, so Zai just going to chill for a sec.
Mikke's here, he's ready to go. 4 points in Avalanche, they're pinging it out. Someone please help Amar. He does have a TP available and is level 6.
Dive! Let's get in onto this Arc Warden. Make him pay for picking his hero. Mikke and Zai so close to getting the kill, but they lose the Vengeful Spirit and Yuragi's still alive. Mikke's got to bail, he can't stick around. They've got the rotations in from OG to defend their Arc Warden.
I like how Amar's just chilling bottom. He had a full HP, was trying to fight with the Juggernaut, didn't TP, forcing Dragonite to TP. I think it would be much better if he TPs. I think they are able to close the gap with the Astral Step. But look at Amar bottom. He's still chasing. He's looking for Ana, who's level 5. So he doesn't need to care about it. Let's see if he uses Resonant Pulse to scout things out.
He's not spotting him. And in the meantime, in this top jungle, they've got Boxy trapping BZM in the Cogs. He's being left here all alone. Mikke might be able to join back in. Nightmare on Zai. And there we have the kill out onto the DK because Mikke did arrive while Yuragi being dived again by Zai. Misha and this very low HP clone of Yuragi still trying to turn it back on to Insania, but he's going to slip out of their reach.
Pretty chaotic game. A lot of action happening. Arcorden did hit level 6, was very close. He needed to survive 1 extra hit to be able to live there. And I like the build that he went for, not just now, but also that he...
Is Tiger solo killing Mikke?
Tiger's all over the place.
Oh, the tower hit! Yuragi gives him the tip.
So yeah, to go back to the item build, getting power treads on Arcorden, then going for Hand of Midas, and later on getting Boots of Travel. So he's going to be playing with his clone.
There's the combo. Tiny, one of the prime heroes to get this Inkswell onto, and BZM, tanky as he may be, still dies, while Amar, with the help of the Bane, kills off Ana's Juggernaut down bottom. And look at that Tiger's hero damage. Highest amount of any this event at 9 minutes.
It's 1,000 damage per minute, pretty much.
Yeah, you're right. 8.3k at 10 minutes in.
Imagine using almost 2 fingers every 2 minutes with a hero. Well, Lion's not a hero, never mind. I mean, it was just to try to do a comparison with how much damage.
I was wondering what you're talking, 2 fingers.
Yeah, then I realized, Lion's pretty bad. Top lane, this should be a solo kill for Yuragi. There's no one around him. Let's see if it connects.
Oh, and Amar jumps away bot. Ana's Omnislash cut short. Yuragi's still chasing Zai. I don't know if the clone can catch up to the Venge. They've held it back. Spark Raids are out, but they're not close enough to kill off the Vengeful Spirit. But you're right, it's just chaotic, isn't it? Liquid trying to force fights wherever they can. Top, bot, mid. in that jungle, all around the place. And OG reacting time and time again. And with Misha's swift movement up this ramp in towards Zai, good swap back,
Good
allows
combo.
him to get out and put Boxy in place for the cogs and the battery assault there. Misha pays for his crimes.
Nice swap into Clockwork, into Cogs. Ana's having a really rough time.
Look at Amar's net worth.
Yeah, he didn't move. What do you mean? He's been in in this lane. It's pretty much playing mid lane from the off lane.
Okay, now look at Juggernaut's net worth.
I've seen it, Gary. There's been a lot of action happening. Didn't have time to even pop it out. Mickey, this time around, he's gonna go for the Blink Dagger. He thinks they need it. Good combination.
X-Well's there as well. There we go, Tiger. How's that damage doing for you? Can't do any when you're dead. That's a dominating streak taken by Mickey as well, so money in towards his items. And he will be rushing the Blink Dagger this game, it looks like, so no Echo Saber is the starting point for him.
Guy's like, where's my Clockwork?
Tries to swap the hero around to get that damage reduction in, but not working out for him.
2 times, almost getting a solo kill. Getting very close to Hand of Midas. I like the build, like this boots of travel. I don't think it's working out, especially since like recent changes to Tempest Double. Yeah, so he now has Hand of Midas. It's like you want to battle, but you also kind of want to farm with the Arc Warden.
It kind of reminds me... go on.
Yeah, even BZM's going for Hand of Midas. They think they can get away from it, with it.
Drag the game out as long as you can. Get the value from it.
The big one is Amar. Like, Amar and Taiga played almost perfect on the bottom lane, managing to get the first blood, setting up Amar for a really good game. X.
Supernova, trying to defend Yuragi. He's popped out his Tempest Double, and he is surviving. Zai can't close the gap, gets stunned by the exit lands, and they're going to TP out the real hero. But it always reminds me, you know, Dota players, they want to be as greedy as they possibly can, but at the same time, they want to be able to fight and take away some of the gold and the income, bust the economy of the opponents. It reminds me a little bit of when Necronomicon was used on the Arc Warden, right? You didn't want to buy Midas or Maelstrom, you wanted something that could
it was
get your
Necro
tempo
1.
up.
You wanted to keep it level 1 just to have something to farm with, and yeah, Necro got removed.
So now you buy Treads.
People got sick of it.
Yeah.
It's still in the game, though.
Book of the Dead.
Feeling really worried for Team Liquid. They need to make stuff happen with this Blink Dagger on Tiny. He needs to play with Grimstroke. Let's see. Combo, even without the Inkswell, they're going to get the kill.
There's absolutely no chance of survival for Tiger.
Mickey will need to heavily carry. And see, they get the kill, instantly smoke. They're looking for more.
And Spin is down. Let's see if Misha can move forward. They scan, but they've just missed out on finding Ana's Juggernaut. Fiend's Grip is at the ready here for the Bane, and he's going to spot the Jug with a Nightmare to start it off. The rest of the squad should be arriving, filtering through, but they're not fast enough. Mickey here, much speedier to get on top of the Bane. And Amar just...
Hookshot also connects, but Amar should be fine.
Yeah, he should be all right here with some Astral Steps. Even going to battle back, defeat Boxy inside the cage match. Boxy still standing his ground, trying to get Ana involved, but Mickey rejoining with a great combo. Takes out Amar's streak. Top lane, it is non-stop, consistent scrapping, battling and skirmishing here as Little Piggy squealing away. Vengeful Spirit still with the flux and the spark raids coming. Yuragi won't give up on this one so easily. They back off though, they're respecting Liquid's response time.
Amar try to be sneaky, get the kill and potentially get out to use the Simulate to get out of potential Blade Fury or Omni Slash, but to Mickey, we said he needs to carry hard this game in the next like 10 minutes until Juggernaut gets online. And also Vengeful Spirit, like she's really not a hero right now. You want to get to that Aghanim Scepter timing. So another 1300 gold to farm up, another smoke from Liquid. This is like third smoke in the last 2 minutes.
Oh, he dives away. We knew something wasn't quite right there. And Mickey not going to find it, but the grip down bottom. And BZM, we've not seen him in quite some time. Very passive game from the DK so far, but this will get him up on the scoreboard. Again, aided by this Misha Bane, who is so consistently good at finding the openings. The weakness in Liquid's armor currently has been that Ana position 1, just a little bit out of position here or there. Not quite synced up with the rest of the team, which is what you can expect from a stand-in.
I mean, you're playing into 3 Hand of Midas. You have Arc Warden with 2, and you have Dragonite with 1. You also have Amar, like he has this Hand of Midas effect pretty much, staying on top of the net worth one more time, close to Dragonite, now that he built Midas, overtook the first place.
He just materializes gold out of thin air, doesn't he?
It's the creep, Scary. It's one of the most greediest offlaners.
All he does is hit the creeps. Boxy, TPing out, and a Soulbind coming with the Supernova. And Amar sprinting forward, finding Mickey with Ether Remnant. Misha coming in from the right-hand side too. I swap him out with Zai, but he's put himself in the firing line. In with the Breathe Fire, Amar with another Remnant, catches up to the Vengeful Spirit and quite simply breaks her ankle. Another double kill for Amar. And again, it's the same kind of story, right? Liquid, first 10 minutes, looking solid, making good rotations, getting item timings, and then 15 minutes in, you look at the net worth board and it's OG, top 3.
Yeah. Tiny, I mean, once Vengeful Spirit gets Aghanim Scepter, I think the game's gonna be a little different. Having the clone to play with, it's like 2 clones, 1 from Arc Warden, 1 from Venge.
The chain stuns, the silence.
A lot of gold for that kill. Mickey gets it.
I do catch him out. I do burn through Insania though with a Sunray in the mid lane. OG gonna take over this Radiant Triangle now. Even smoking themselves. They spot a decent Ancient stack there, but Ana has shown up top lane. He doesn't have TP, and that might be something OG know about. If they've seen him TP up here, he can spin, but he can't really retreat or escape. And BZM straight forward with a stun and the grip. Ana out of position once more. OG seems to really have his number.
These stats are gonna tend to add up. Like he's trying to recover, does have Maelstrom. Zai is more farmed than him. Those 5 deaths really gonna cost him how this game's gonna be played out. Mickey finds another opening.
Yeah, but he's been caught out himself. Stunned under the Sunray, and Zai required to swap him out of there. Good move in from Boxy though. Finds the pick off on Tiger. Misha dead as well, and a toss back not helping out. Mickey with an avalanche, barely surviving. Invis Rune coming. They can't catch up to him, so he's alive and bottling back up. Amar now in a 1v2 against Zai and Boxy, and the Breathe Fire very close. Scrapes the nose of Mickey, but doesn't quite touch him.
They were so close, but Tiny very tanky, and also him going for Aghanim Scepter is what actually saved him. Because he does have Ogre Axe, which you usually turn into Echo Saber, but having that point booster on Tiny made the difference. And also, extra bit of regen. I think he would have died, because he was sitting in the river with the Ocean Heart.
You're right.
Yeah, a lot of these things do add up.
Yeah, all those little details. Good spot. I always forget about Ocean Heart. It's one of those items that's like, yeah, whatever. But for a mid laner, for someone who's sitting in the river playing aggressively like this, as Mickey is, incredible value from it. So now Zai has Ags. You think this is maybe the turning point or the beginning?
It is. It is time to try to go and take the fight. We mentioned Soulbind, and Zai's very close. Like, that's going to be double magic missile. Once you get the shard, which is 500 gold away, that's going to be 4 bounces. So you got to be really careful how you take these fights.
I sure do. Especially as these squishy supports in the Bane and Phoenix. Liquid are all grouped up down bottom, looking to launch themselves out of this jungle and in towards mid. But Boxy is the one to be caught by OG. Kind of desynced from the rest of his team. Misha healed up by the Sunray, and in comes Amar, bursting through Insania and onto Zai quickly. Yes, Ana is helped out to kill off Misha, but that cost looks too great for them. Omni Slash bouncing in, the Supernova barely in time. He's still alive on Tiger's Phoenix, and Juggernaut swapped back out, but he's looking pretty dead to me as well, Lacoste. Out he goes.
What a beautiful Nightmare from Misha. Like, using Nightmare on position 5 there is like what makes the difference, because potentially Grimstroke would get the Soulbind off, the bounces from Vengeful Spirit. Like the sustain also from OG. You have the Simulate Supernova, as you mentioned, pops off in the end, and Juggernaut doesn't feel too comfortable getting to there, and he's the only hero who can actually hit the egg. Yeah, look at the positioning from Misha. He gets in, gets stunned, and gets the Nightmare off, which was pretty big. And then Amar cuts in and gets the cleanup.
And watch the Phoenix. Tiger drops to, I don't know, 20 health or something. He's like, he's about to die. Omni Slash comes in. Supernova.
One more hit would kill him.
Absolutely would. And yeah, decent job by Zai there to try and save the day, swapping Ana out, but That is all too little too late. 8,000 net worth lead now for OG after some real cracking team fights. And they've got all the items flowing in. Mickey will clear out the clone down south, but Misha inside these cogs still has Yuragi behind him. Jetpack from Boxy slips him out of the cogs while Tiger kills off Zai in the mid lane. There was Amar there, but BZM arriving down bottom. Mickey with a big combo, huge damage in towards Misha. Dragon Knight trying to stand his ground, but he's surrounded by 3 Liquid heroes who all look to run away now. They've realized there's an Arc Warden still in this game, and Amar Tiger joining this bottom lane fight to find Boxy, the Clockwork in the trees, dragged back by the Remnant to cancel his TP. Mickey does pick up a double, finishing off Tiger, but Amar is hunting supports, and they are easy pickings for OG now. Vengeful Spirit in that illusion form finally finished off just 5 seconds before she'd respawn.
You see Dragon Knight with 20% HP and 0 mana running at you. You know that he has some kind of backup behind them. Rest of the team did catch up. 9 minutes and 40 seconds faster. Mickey, pretty much a perfect game. We said that he will need the carry, and he is carrying the team really hard. Even though it's a 9k gold lead for OG. Blink Dagger into Aghanim Scepter straight away. There's not going to be slow coming out from the Echo Saber because he does not have it, but seems like he wants to get damage pumped out as soon as he can, so going for the Crystallis next.
Yeah, I mean, if you can hook shot on Cogs, the Arc Warden, stand this tiny near some trees and just launch them in towards him. But they do get the catch on Phoenix. Immediate Supernova. The grip there as well. They're focusing the egg. The pyramid falls, crumbling in the mid lane. But OG, can they fight back? Amar, he's here with his BKB, going to try TP home, even though he has a double damage rune going. And Ana unable to claim any kills. Liquid will move into a tier 1.
Bounces from Vengeful Spirit, like with Soulbind, 4 of them, if you connect on 2 heroes, it's a lot of stun and it's a lot of damage. Ana slowly recovering. He's now at the 9k net worth. Let's see if he can get the tower. He can get stunned.
Oh, the Gleipnir as well. Ana obliterated. OG calm. They don't defend their tower, but they get some huge kills. Any more off the back of this? They see where Zai is. The Spark Raid spots her. The Vengeful Spirit gonna lose not 1 life, but 2. Amar, in the meanwhile, has also picked off Insania. So again, the only survivor, the guy who didn't even join the fight, is Mickey's Tiny. He'll look towards Misha, but the tree volley doesn't land. Gets juked by the Bane.
That tower had 1 HP pretty much, and I guess he was expecting to be swapped out if he's in trouble, but swap never came.
A lot on Mickey's plate now, though. Like, yeah, he's 10-0-2, but the rest of his squad are just falling like flies in these fights. And hey, oh, what's this? What's he doing? Or is he doing it? He's going the Octarine Aghanim's build.
He's going the same build.
The magic build.
As he did against RNG. I like Gleipnir much more than going for a full Mjolnir, because you can keep people in place. Yes. It's just so good. Also, like the damage from it, and then you have increased range from Ether Lens. Like these things do synergize nicely.
Liquid, baited. That's an illusion, boys. Hook shot down now for 40 seconds. You know, thankful that it is a reasonably short cooldown for a team fight ulti there on the Clockwork. But again, these dire Observer Ward just spotting everything that's coming their way. Misha stunned up by Zai's Venge. Amar going to try and help him here with Tiger backing up as well. BZM straight in onto Mickey. This is the huge kill that they need. The Supernova comes out. And Liquid, they just can't fight around it. It's impossible. Insania bought back, but there's no more fight to be had. The blood has been spilled already.
Misha grips the clone.
Well, the Venge one.
Yeah. Oh. It's pretty difficult. Like they got their number right now. It's very difficult for them to just enter the fight. And if there's no Soulbind with those bounces, Ana is also not in these fights. They need damage coming out from the Juggernaut. BZM still chasing, forcing out buyback from Boxy.
Hey, he wants to fight, but they've lost Insania. Omni slashing onto BZM. Yeah, the DK's trapped in the cogs, but a Dissimilate dodges away from the Omni Slash, and Ana still trying to do damage into this Dragon Knight, who is so incredibly tanky and has a BKB. He's in Dragon form and slows Ana down, jumps forward with a blink and finds yet another kill.
Team Liquid is crumbling. OG playing so aggressively on two different sides of the map. The rest
so
of the
crisp.
team, yeah, going for Roshan while they're getting the pickoffs, and also big streak. I think Taiga got it. Taiga is level 16.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Very,
attack.
if you have someone with 7 Spirit Vessel charges, you know that he's either Herald or the game's going so well that you don't even need to use it.
He's not got time to use them, yeah?
Sorry about that, chat. Didn't mean anything bad about the Heralds.
What, you think there's heralds in chat? I don't think so.
There's coupled, definitely.
Nah. You're full of nonsense, you are. Everyone is Divine 1 or above. That's an absolute fact.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Zai hasn't really progressed too much after his Aghanim Scepter. Aiming into a Vlad's or a Wraith Pact. Kind of waddling around down in this bottom lane. If him and Mickey can latch onto a target, they've got a lot of burst damage to bring them down. But OG are having none of that. They are grouped up top, planting themselves in the Radiant Triangle, shoving 2 tier 2s at the same time, and of course controlling the Roshan area.
Radiant's top tower.
And with Arc Warden having full Octarine core now, you have 26 duration on Tempest Double and 30-second cooldown. Once you get to level 25, which you will, because right now you're level 22 with Hand of Midas, it's going to be much easier. Then it becomes a nonsense. It's like you can't deal with that. We saw in the yesterday's games against RNG how difficult it is.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
These tier 2s don't stand a chance against Uragi's Arc Warden. Top lane being shoved by the Elder Dragon.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
OG itching for a team fight to put this one out of its misery. Mickey, he's going to get a little bit of damage, tickling the DK. In comes Tiger though with a supernova in behind the barracks.
In the middle of the fight.
Juggernaut trying to focus it down, but he just can't do it. Omni Slash will be used, but it bounces in towards the DK, finishing off Misha. Ana doesn't really have anything left to fight though.
I think this might be it, Gary. They might call it. They just don't have what it takes to punch back.
4 heroes dead, no one's buying back. Your racks are falling. Tier 3's crumbling. OG have shaken the foundations of Liquid's base.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
And BZM straight back up to high ground.
BZM with overwhelming blink jumps in. 1 stun down to half HP on Tiny.
The barracks are falling. Mickey still looking for an angle to enter, but he's under dire vision. They see his every step, and that's a full set of barracks down and out now. Uragi's Tempest Double. The clone is picked off. I mean, maybe Liquid have another shot at this, one more fight, but that's a die back from Zai there. Not going their way. He does have his illusion out, but not for long. Uragi and BZM make short work of it, so now you're down a hero for 60 seconds. Gleipnir connecting on Insania. One by one. They're falling like flies. They're being tossed around by their own teammates. Ana spins in, spins out. I don't think he's going to have a chance to shake it all about, though, because under his own tier 3s, he's being blown up by OG.
And they call it no business left in this game. OG, crisp execution. What a beautiful performance. I think this Uragi's Arc Warden might become ban material. I'm not talking about the first phase, but definitely a hero to look out for, because he showed extremely good performance. I like the itemization where he goes for Boots of Travel later on. He understands like what the timings of the hero are. Because before, Arc Warden was a hero that always like wants the split push.
60-minute game!
Yeah, and never joins fights. With this Gleipnir build, Power Treads, he wants to be able to be close to the fight, because the clone also does have 50% damage reduction when he is further away than 2000 range. So yeah, I don't know who to highlight, because every single member on the team did extremely good. Like first 10 minutes, Amar and Taiga did absolutely crazy in the bottom lane, completely shutting down
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll play it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit and I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently, thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll play it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit and I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did shit, I know it hurts. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. got an itch I can't scratch, I'm missing a piece that completes a whole part of me, an open wound scar to see. Everybody come here, gather round, welcome to the freak show, the best in town. What the hell's wrong with me? I don't get along with anybody, honestly. I've been living in my own head constantly, thoughts jumbled around, think I need a new lobotomy. Wait, all these thoughts are too negative. I don't wanna get lost in the sedative. Gotta show them what I got, I'm competitive. You know I'm about to go off, I won't let them win, I'll take a stab. I wanna chase the bag, I wanna weigh, I can change all the things I lack. I gotta face the facts, I got a taste in that. Got me obsessed with the rest, I got an itch to scratch. I'll give up everything.
The venom in my brain, running from the past, wanna escape my pain. I just wanna be a better person, I deserve this, I just wanna break these chains. Always asking for greatness, true to myself, I never fake it. Seen too many once, I just so they get famous. And when I say the truth, most really can't take it. In spite of everything I've been through, I'ma make it. Fake friends, but on my downfall is toxic. Day one, started the outlaws for profit. Now all I do is write verses, no talking. All I do is put the work in, no option. This was everything I ever wanted, created a legacy off of me just being honest. And the fake ones hate, but it's all to no avail. They wanna see me lose, but you know I never fail.
I'll give up everything, daunting if I can see my dream. Cause I'll do anything, want a reality. I'll give up everything, daunting if I can see my dreams. Cause I'll do anything, I grew up in a place where they told you what to chase, told you how to run the race. Every move was on the page, but I didn't like their way. Had to fight and misbehave, had to find a way to change, had to leave to find my way. Caught up in a daydream, I beat my mind up there almost daily. It's how I pass time, no opinions safely. It's how I understand what I want in this place, see. Cause everybody wanna tell you bad things, what could go wrong, what fame brings. But success is a finicky thing, and if you ain't sure, no, it'll never be. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. Run away, I don't have to plan it. I can go, change my fate, you won't understand it. All alone, that's okay, people I can't stand them. They don't want me to change, keep me where I'm standing. And I don't wanna be where I am, and I want something more, take a chance. It could be possibly my last dance, my last dance. And I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. Sometimes I feel like all is lost, but I know it's not true. I wanna put up all my walls cause I'm not in the mood, but then I cut myself off from the rest of the room. I know that time can heal it all if you're patient and soon it can all be worth it, all the searching. Pain is never really permanent, but damn it hurts, man. I could feel all of the turbulence and it's concerning. I've been searching for a purpose, I hope it's worth it. This society is really trying me. Ain't no hide and seek, I hide to be far from anxiety. I need my space, I need my privacy. I need some silence, please, you're all too loud. You don't speak quietly, opinions violently thrown across every surface. It makes me nervous, is the world honestly burning? That's all I'm learning. Hope that we can make a turn and start reversing all our minds and put the work in. We got some work, man. I started to do. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through. Gotta get through this, life is a nuisance, tie up some loose ends. I try to be human, find a solution, my evolution. A place like this, it didn't exist, we made it like this. So you can go pick the bad or the good, got a glass halfway. I know, it's easier to hide than just to lay low. Not everyone in life has got a halo. I'm standing in the red inside a payphone. Just wanna break, no, I'm not gonna give in. Take a last shot, Michael J. Win. No, I'm not a robot, I'm in my own skin. Never get lost when thoughts pull you in. I miss the old you, we died with a purpose. All the energy around me felt nervous, scared I would pop off fast to the surface. Had to cut it off before you made me worthless. Torn apart, I've been torn and scarred. I had a given art, but now I'm thinking smart. I'm keeping up my guard, I'm hiding every card. A royal flush of bluff, you never know what's hard. With a back to the mat, gonna see where I'm at. I'ma fight like I'm mad, I'ma be something that they can never be me. Nice try, but they'll see I achieve everything while they stay salty. I started to go. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through. I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, 6 a.m. and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb. A new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, happened. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. My neighbors compete to see who can put up more blinding lights. The kids all wish away the month 'cause they want presents in sight. This year had me so mad. I've been bad, got coal that is sitting under my tree. I think that my Christmas has died. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. When I was just a boy, Christmas brought so much joy. Couldn't wait for the presents and laughter. I couldn't sleep late at night, looking for Santa with lights. Those are the memories I still remember. Then I became a man, lost sight of who I am. But right in front of me was the answer. 'Cause on Christmas I feel joy, and I turn back to a boy. The answer is to stay young forever. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This
want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it.
my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, ha, not fucking likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains. I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things. Gonna make a fucking name, I just wanna be famous. But I don't want that cheap fame, no I'm not that vain. I just wanna be greatness. 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 Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent. And it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots. If I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. Bad energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking fight me. Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche.
Step 1, wake up early, gon' rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, fuck everybody, just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo. Set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause of sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.